goes out to my mother, Beverly K. Jacobs, and to the world. Let them know that we live by faith and not by sight. The title of this one is I Go My Way and Satan Has Nothing on Me. I go my way and Satan has nothing on me. Yeah, like how Denzel said, King Kong ain't got nothing on me. Right. Because you need to understand that and to know that going forward. When you know that, then you are able to go forth. So we there? We got it?
Yeah, okay.
So first, let's go into 2 Corinthians 11, 12 through 15. We have quite a few scriptures, but I would definitely slim it down as much as possible to get directly to the point, right? So it's 2 Corinthians 11, 12 through 15. So this is how you will know. This is how Paul spoke of it. Paul says, but what I do, that I will do, that I may cut off occasion from them which desire occasion, that wherein they glory, that they may be found as even as we are. But for such are false apostles. First of all, let's break that down 12. Paul says that what he would do, or what he's always have done, according to what Yah has put in his heart to be and to do, just like each one of you, Yah will put it into your heart what you need to do, whom you need to go to, where you need to be. In order for the people of the devil's children to not try to make it seem like y'all are together in this, because it was always telling you to be unequally yoked, right? And don't yoke yourself with unbelievers. Unbelievers is the same definition of what they call the inferior ones, or children born in error. So y'all never wanted you who knew better to yoke yourself with those who didn't what? Know better. Because what ended up happening was that it would bring you down. And that was never the plan of Yah, was to bring you down. Though you were in the midst, and how the devil played it was that he put you in the midst. Satan put you in the midst of his children. That's how it began. You are in the midst of his children. And being that you are in the midst of the devil's children, it is not for you to entertain it by falling victim to their doctrines and their teachings, in which that's what they want to do. That's what the devil lusts to do. The devil lusts to bury you. That's the desire. That's the lust. That's what he wants. Him and his children. That's why he said you would be known by your children, because your children want the same thing. I always say you'll know the tree by its what? Its fruit. Now the tree represents the father or the parent, the teacher. You would know what type of tree or teaching it came from by the fruit, meaning the people, the students. So you can always tell. He was telling you, he wanted you to be able to decipher between who telling the truth and who what? Who lying. No matter what age they would present themselves, right? Now, you could be talking to somebody back in 1940s, but then you can be talking to somebody in 2024. But he said you will still know them by their what? By their fruit. So it doesn't, so he's telling you the age doesn't change for them, but people what? Change. So you will know them by the manner of conversation that they come with, what tree or what roots they truly what? Have, where they come from. That's what he's telling you. When you look at the fruit, you will know, oh, it's an orange, so it had to come from an orange tree. That's what's rooted. That's your roots. They call it your parent tree. Meaning that's why I say your heavenly parents, right? Honor your mother and father for your tea. They're your parent tree, where you come from. We would know it by your conversation, where you come from. Meaning it was trying to, everyone wants to say they come from God, and everyone wants to say they come from that stock or that lineage or from that family tree. But everyone doesn't, because you will be known by the fruit, meaning the manner of conversation and works in which they open their mouth and present. That was the most obvious telltale sign that you needed to know about what type of conversation do they have, right? The problem with everyone is that everyone is not looking to do the will of Yah. That's just the truth. And the Spirit exposes those things, right? So what Paul was presenting was that, okay, so therefore it won't be a misinterpretation to say that we're all in this together. That's why Yah put the Spirit inside of man. These are hidden things, hidden treasures that only the man or woman who has that hidden treasure would know what to do when the time came. And by that, they will prove who they were. Because in everyone won't have it. Meaning, an example, it'll be found out at the end if you was taught or not by where you end up. It's not about where you started. They always said it was going to be how you what? How you end and how you finished. See, everyone gets different starts. That's just called what they head starts. But like we already know, what about head starts? People who take the head starts, we know in the truth is the head start is nothing more but a glimpse of what it looks like to be a head, right? But they never was going to finish a head, were they? No. Everyone wants a head start. A rich person has a head start when I'm referring to head starts. Because they already have a lot of mass to themselves, so they think that all the riches that they have a head start in life. But actually, the head start was that they got a chance with all the stuff that they had amassed, was just to get an eye opener of what's finna happen. They might have got something revealed to them first, right? Before it came to the one that was in the back of the line, right? The ones in the front of the line kind of get what's going on because they're able to see it. But those in the back of the line, sometimes they kind of be darting their head around because you got the other taller people in the way, right? And they can't really just see what's ahead of them, can they? But they know they all going that way, but they don't know what's ahead of them. So the rich people kind of get the head starts. They kind of in the front, seeing ahead of time, okay, that's what we lies ahead. Those in the back, if they shorter or whatnot, or shorter statures, they can't really see what's going on because they're being blocked by these taller, bigger heads and bodies, right? And that's why David says, and he says, though I walk through the valley of the what? Shadows, because he felt like he was in the shadow of all these tall and bigger figures. He couldn't really, especially like Goliath, right? I couldn't really see around it. You know what I'm talking about? Kind of blocking my way. That's why he called these types what? Mountains, right? He said, get thee behind me, right? Go, toss yourself into the most nearest ocean, right? For sure. If you have faith as a mustard seed, you tell them to get out of your what? Way, so that you could really truly see what is ahead. That's what clarity is, so that you can see. Because trust me, they are in your way to obstruct your view from seeing. They don't want you to see it. What do they not want you to see was referring to that doorway. The doorway out of it all. Like if this was the Matrix, they prefer to keep you right with them. And that's what Paul was saying. I know the conversation of those that will prefer to keep us what? Right with them. That's why I said amongst us, right? Some prefer that. That's how you always know the manner of conversation. By who prefers out and who prefers to what? To stay in it. That's how you're going to know people. They can't hide from that either heads or what? Tails. You ain't no in between. That's what people be trying to make you. That's what the whole trick is. To fool you thinking they on one side, but really they what? On the other. That's the whole point. You will know them. A person can't say that, we want what y'all wants. Do you truly want what y'all wants? That's the whole point. Do you or do you not? Right? He says who the Son set free is free indeed. And so that means not only is he free, but he looks to free others, don't he? So then what is your conversation? Is your conversation freedom? You see? Or is it not? Because that's what he said he came to do. What is your conversation? You can't say you want, I'm about that, because that is the will of Yah. But then again, but now I prefer to keep it just as it is. How do you know? Listen to the conversation very carefully. I'm going to give you maybe a couple examples so you can see the conversation. Remember the movie Next Friday when Uncle Elroy spoke? Listen to the conversation. He says, I know what I said I was going to do for my people, right? But when I got my check, what he says, I was what? I was gone. I was gone. So read between the lines. Who was he talking to, first of all? First question, who was he talking to? Meaning, I know what I said. Who was he talking to? His people. And what did he say he was going to do? Free his what? People. But when he got his money, what? So he lied. He lied. So his conversation clearly lets you know, even though he was just a character that was presented, he's telling you that you will know the tree by its fruit. He says clearly, I lied. Some people say they want it all to end, but do they truly? Or are some just here to get themselves out of it and then just watch the rest still have to what? To live in it. You gotta be careful which side that you swear you say you on. Because some of us just prefer to say, I just want to get myself out of it, if anything. Let me get over here. And now I can look at you, sit in it, and just say, okay, now you still there. Whew, I'm glad I'm out of it. Be careful. Because at that point, you didn't want to see it end, did you? Think about it. You just wanted what? Yourself to what? Get out of it. But you cared less for what? Anyone else. So at that point, you didn't truly get out of it. Not only did you just backdoor and join the enemy, you became a part of the what? The problem. You became a part of the slavery. You didn't end it. You just became a part, what? Of it. Because you flipped the side doesn't mean you got out of it. You just got yourself. You just say, I'd rather not be around. I'm going this side over here where I ain't got to deal with it. And then once I'm out of it, like any celebrity would say, now I'm good. But let's look down on this one that's still in it. My new friends. So if anything, you just joined the side. And it's telltale that everyone who knows the truth seen it. Seen the transition. Though they say, their lips will always say that I'm not trying to do that. No, I'm not trying to be that. No, I'm not trying to woo. But he told you, actions what? Speak louder than words. Especially if they just seen you just walk right over there and join the enemy. That's what Yahushua seen with Judas, right? We just seen you just join the enemy. Can't tell me you just didn't do that. That's why he said when he came and kissed Yahushua, right? He said, "Oh, you're gonna betray the son of Yah with a kiss? You betrayed the truth that you say that you was what of. So now you know, and this is all what it was about. People don't understand what judgment of Yah is. The judgment of Yah is always clear cut down the middle. Yay or what? Nay. That's what a judgment is. There is no gray area. There is no gray area. People want to they try to imagine that there is. They try to imagine that their foolishness is always bypassed. They try to imagine that they haven't been seen or haven't been made known. When the spirit, that's all it knows is clarity. The clarity don't say if. The clarity is not about maybes. Clarity is not determined by a what if, but it's always determined by what is and what is not. That's it. That's what defines the lines. How do you know the difference between what is a shadow figure look like? By the line of it, right? The outline, don't you? You can get the outline of a banana, then you know even if it's in the dark, it's what? A banana because of the outline of it. Same way they used to teach y'all in school to trace the outline of things, of shapes, right? So that you know what things are. So you knew the outline represented the clarity of what is and what is not, what is defined, right? It's clarity. We all learn through clarity. You can't say you are, but then look like the shape of something else. That's why you say you can't call yourself a apple, but really be what? An orange, because you're going to be outlined, determined. Clarity determines. It's crystal. That's why I call it crystal clear, meaning that it's very see-through and transparent, not hidden, ducked off, made not known, secrecy, mystery, mysterious. It ain't made like that. That's why he said everything that's in the dark, what? Comes to the light. And that light is very clear what you are. Ain't no hiding from that light. And that the light represents judgment. Because once it sees you in the light, it knows who you are and it gives you a clear what? Judgment. This is who you are. I see you. That's why a lot of people don't like to be in the sight of the Spirit, because they don't want to be made known. Who are you? Who are you not? So they rather hide from it as much as possible. That's why you always hear people will always say, those that ain't of the Spirit, man, don't fool with this one or don't fool with that one. Stay clear of that one. That's what they're trying to say, because of the clarity of that one. If you don't want to be made known, stay what? Clear what? Away. If you want to continue what you got going on and you don't want to be made known, stay away. Because that's what rebellious children do. They call what they call them when they don't want to be made known from their parents, they become runaways, don't they? Rebellious and run. Why? Because they don't want to be made known. And in those things, it's determined what they are. They know a parent tree knows their children, and it knows who are not they what. So that's why some of us play the runaway game. That way we won't be made known. If I can run far enough, you won't be able to see me. Whatever I become. Right? Because 9 times out of 10 in a parent's house is a lot of light and clarity in that house. And they know their children, right? That's why a lot of runaways, and they normally run away at night. Right? In the cover of the dark. So they can't be made known. Or known where they're at. Right? So that's what Paul was referring to. He said, let's make things very clear. So he says it. But let's go back. He says, verse 12, 2 Corinthians 11:12. He said, but what I do, that will I do, being in amongst, because he's right now in Corinthians, he's in the place, I'm sure what Corinthians is at. Corinthians is also around Greece. It's around Rome. So he was telling you that this church was built in the area, in the vicinity of Rome, right? So you got a lot of people walking around, right, that are of other things, right, and believing in other things, right? So he wanted to be clear because some people was trying to fake it and shake it, right? So he wanted to be very clear. He said, so now he told you that it will be determined by spirit who you are. Spirit is an inwardly thing. It's not an outwardly display. You can walk around with long robes on, fringes, all that stuff. It's not displayed like that. That's why he said, I put my spirit where? In your what? In your heart. You're going to know what to do. See, this is what they're not going to be able to understand. That's why I say darkness, the virgins were blinded. They was blinded about what they had to do. That was what they were blinded by. What it is that they had to do. And that blindness is what's going to blind a lot of us. Because a lot of us is not going to know what to do in those days. That's the blindness. I'm telling you now. The blindness is, what are my instructions? But if you don't heed to the instructions, you won't know any what instructions, and you're going to proceed to live the life that you think you need to live, and it was going to only lead you to destruction. It's going to lead you right to that true life. Now you're going to be not found in the true life, but you're going to be found as an adversary against the what? True life. Right? And once you're going to be found in the way of the true life, you're going to get trampled underfoot. That's what's going to happen because you're in the way at that point. You're not part of it. You're not part of the train of truth. You're in the way of the what? Truth, because you're choosing your own truth, which at that point you're going to be trampled underfoot. Right? So that's what he says. But what I do, that I will do, that I may cut off any occasion from them which desire an occasion, that wherein they glory, that they may be found even as we are. To try to say, why? Because they know it's a soul thing. They know it's about winning people, right? They know it's about converting people. So they want to pretend that they just like them to get you to come their way and then hit you with the whammy later. I lied. I lied. So he said 13, for such are false what? Apostles. See, they're false. Deceitful workers transforming themselves into the apostles of Yahushua, right? And no marvel. Another word for apostle, the truth of the matter is, another word for apostle is angel. And no marvel. For Satan himself is transformed into, see, angel of the what? See, so apostle means what? Angel. For no marvel, for Satan himself is transformed into an angel of light. Therefore, it is no great thing if his ministers also transformed as the ministers of what? Righteousness, but whose end shall be according to their works. See? So he still was going to base it based on their what? Their works. See? Because like I told you, you were not going to get out of that. I told a person the other day that whether you know it or not, it's a war going on. Whether you know it or not, or whether you participate or don't participate, but even your non-participation is participating. Meaning, if you don't think you should do nothing, then you still participate because that nothing's still gonna get you destroyed. It still pushes you towards a team because remember, everyone has to be defined, right? So you either with team Yahushua or team Satan. That's what he's telling you. That's why I say Satan and his ministers. He has a team too, and you have a team Yah. And so, no matter if you in the middle saying, "Well, I'm not gonna do nothing," then he will call you what they call careless. And when you careless, meaning you don't care what's going on, then he automatically by default. What team you think you join by default? You have to go with the unbelievers and sinners. There's no point because you can't just opt you in and you ain't got no what? No works. We can't opt you in because say you are determined by your what? Works. See, determined mean interpreted. If you ain't got no works, so if you join Team Devil, then that's proven. I'm a devil. I know because my works prove it. And if you do nothing, it's the still you can't get in because you have no what? No work. So that means your portion is still slid over to that side, even if you just decide not to do nothing. right? Because remember, even people who do nothing, guess what, are still in the way, right? Mm. Even people who do nothing are still what? In the way. You got to think about that, right? And it's true. All right. So that's what he says. But don't get it twisted. Go to Isaiah 42. Isaiah 42. Oh, you said 42? Mm-hmm. Isaiah 42. Now, Paul was also expressing a good understanding for those who understand his conversation, because a lot of times he speaks and a lot of people just didn't get it. They said they wrestle with it. What is his teachings really trying to tell us to do, right? So a lot of people wrestle with the teachings because the problem is they want to inject Yah's teachings, but then they want to inject their teachings too. And you can't have both, right? You can't serve two masters. That's what he's telling you. You're either going to do one or what? The other. So for those who think that they can inject that into it, they come to find quickly out that they're only going to be found to be wrestling against it, because it's going to come a point where you have to make a serious choice. And that's that choice that they're not ready or willing to what? To make, because of what they have already told themselves what they was going to want it to do. Now they got their own little bucket list, or they're going to have Yah's list, but then they're going to have to make a choice, right? Do me a favor, you turn this light on for me. Mm-hmm. All right. So, because of this, Paul was saying in the last scripture that he was not going to worry about it, but he already knew within, Yah had already put it in his heart what to do. See, this is going to be a key indicator on knowing who's who, because of the movement begins to surface. It's going to be because of the movement. That's what everybody talk about. You always hear, a long time ago when I was a child, I always heard about the movement, the movement. I'm like, what was the movement? I used to thought it was the Million Man March. So I thought talking about the movement, or when the black, when Martin Luther King had the civil rights movement. There you go, movement. And people say, what is the movement? Movement is an action, isn't it? It's an action that you take, right? You have to take action. That is the movement. That's called your works, right? So he says here, Paul understanding that it's going to be about movement. Yahusha speaks of it right here back when Isaiah spoke of it. The same thing. Now watch the movement. He says, behold my servant. That's why you know he's one, because he's a servant. He already knows the movements, or has been taught. Whom I uphold, my elect, in whom my soul delighteth. This is Yah speaking on him. I have put my spirit upon him, see? And he shall bring forth what? Judgment to the Gentiles. What is that judgment? Remember, I told you it's going to be clear cut. Amongst the Gentiles. Because remember, this one comes from amongst what? The Gentiles. You were sold into what? Slavery. So you already know the elect comes from amongst the Gentiles. He said, and number 2, he shall not cry, nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. You probably ask, well, what does that mean? He shall not cry, nor lift up. This is a particular person he's telling you. One of the elect, he's telling you that he shall not cry. Cry means, look, he shall not beg. He ain't gonna beg saying, come with me, come on, please, please, please. Come on. That's what he means. He shall not cry. Begging people to change their life. Hoping, going to the Gentiles, baby, no. He ain't got time for all that. They don't want it, they just what? And you move on. That's what he said. Even in the scriptures, it said they dust your feet off, right? Shake the dirt off your feet, right? For it be more tolerable for them if they don't hear it, right? Then he tells that one, guess what? It's time to what? Move on. See, this is the movement. This is the movement that they didn't anticipate. They prefer you to what? Tarry, don't they? That's why they keep saying, show me, stay here with us for long. Yeah, just, and they'll cross their legs, say, convince me. Convince me. I got time. Convince me. Come on. Right? And that's truly what they really just want you to do. Sit there with them all day and do what? Talk them their ear off about what they need to do right. Knowing in their heart they ain't what? They ain't finna change. That's the whole point. They never was gonna change. But they needed the elect to what? Tarry with them. See, because you already what? Amongst them. Peep the movement. That's why he's telling you, he shall not cry. See, when you begin to mature in this thing, you're going to realize, oh, you have been wasting a lot of time. You have been wasting a lot of time. But a bunch of people who was never going to what?
Change.
And the set in their what?
Ways.
Set in their ways. He says, so nor is he going to lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. Street represent the Broadway, like having a church on every corner, right? He ain't trying to do all that, right? He ain't. Why? But you got a lot of people that do that, right? Go door to door, knock, please hear me. You like Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff, right? And the people slam doors in their faces, don't they? So that's what he means. He's not. He ain't gonna come like that. Not like that. I'm gonna tell you who he. And then the scriptures kind of made it clear too. Even in the journey of Yahushua, did he go about his way? He said, I only come, first of all, to the lost sheep of what? Israel. So he knew, first of all, whom he did have to come to. But he never went knocking door to door. That's when some things you start realizing. Number two, he never begged Pharisees to do nothing, did he? He wasn't going around trying to force them to be nothing. He was never going around trying to butt kiss to get them to be nothing. He said, if anything, to be honest, once you really do read Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, you begin to understand the people what came to him. That's what you begin to understand. He didn't go to them. They came what? To him. Though, because he knew it's not about whether you come or not. He gonna do what he got to do. But those who did come, he knew the ones that would come would be sincere. The ones who would what? Come. But they had to make their own what? Choice. Didn't they? Each one who did come all his disciples made their own choice, right? Said, let's go follow him. And follow mean not just walk around with him, but no, let's follow meaning let's learn his steps. Let's learn what he's about. What is his conversation? Let's understand it and begin to what? To do it. You begin. That's why he says, 3, a bruised reed shall he not break. See? Meaning he ain't finna, if you already bruised, he ain't finna tear it down. He gonna tell you, whatever you got going on, what? Be filthy what? Listen at it. A bruised reed shall he not break. He ain't gonna put it to an end. A smoking flax shall he not what? Quench. He ain't stopping you from doing nothing you wants to do. Go ahead. Finish your course. Finish your meal. Do what it is that your heart say you to do. So he's not concerning himself with trying to worry about what they gonna do. And y'all gets on me a lot for that, for worrying about what other people do or do not do, especially of my own people. But he always reverts me back to stuff like days like today when he tell me, I see, that's what I'm telling you. Stop worrying about what they got going on. Let them do them. Right? But you do what? There you go, and what I tell you to do. That's what you have to remember. And he says, so he shall bring forth judgment unto what? Truth. He shall bring forth judgment unto truth. Meaning, when he does, this is the only thing he's going to present. And it dawned on me too. When you go to people, especially people of the worldly people, Yah says it makes you look like you needy. When you're not needy. If you got the truth, actually, then the hell with them. But what you do need to do is take that truth and apply it. Take that truth and apply it. What I mean by that is the only thing you should be ever coming back with. Meaning you ain't even got to go to them. I understood when Yahushua just went on ahead and we say, I'm going to go over here. When Peter was telling, man, you ain't got to do that. He said, get behind me, what? Because he said, you know what? Then rather sit here with all these people trying to go back and forth about whether or not they in the truth or not. I'm supposed to carry on. And I'm going to fulfill what? The mission. And he went on and he said, though you might think I'm alone, I'm never what? Never. Alone. That's what he meant. Because sometimes you get to that point when you see nobody with you on it, you say, well, am I just alone in this? But Yah says you're never what? Alone. So Yahushua like, no, you know what? I'm not alone. And even Peter himself said, I'm going to go with you as far as I can go. He said, boy, you going to deny me too before the rooster crows 3 times. You ain't finna go all the way what? With me. He knew it. People like, nah, I'm in this. But he knew. He knew. He said, nah, I know. But I'm going to pray for you. Because he said, you know what? Rather than me come to you and ask you to help me, forget that. I'm finna go get the victory. And then when I present, then I would no longer ask you to help me. You're going to be asking me to what? Help you. So that's what he said. Let me just go and knock this out. And while they sit back and play, I'm going to go over here and knock this out. And by the time when I make it back, I'm going to come back with all what? Power, honor, and what? Glory, and the kingdom. And then what they going to say? Then that's what he said. Sit here on my right hand until I make your enemies what? Your footstool. That's what he said. You come up here. You sit over here because my faithful and my beloved son who went on ahead and did what you had to what? To do. See, my sons and daughters who were just obedient and meek. Just do what you got to do. And that's what you have to learn in this. You do what you finish your course and trust me, Yah will honor you. Though people don't honor you, don't worry. You go get your honor from where? From Yah. That's how you do it. So when you return, that's why I said when Yahushua return, when the return of Yahushua, what they going to say then? He said they're going to be running, ducking, hiding, trying to run under rocks. Yeah, when he returned, because he said, what did he went to go do? To go get the power. He went to go get the power. You're going to see. Therefore, he ain't got to come to you and say, help me. No, he got the power. This is the truth, I'm telling you. You got to learn to put them to the side and say, you know what? Forget asking you to help me. Let me just go and do what I got to do. And that's what makes a maturity of what they call a man or a woman. They shouldn't be never argue with unbelievers. What's the point? It ain't going to make them believe. Like they always say, show us a sign. See, that's what they're telling you. If you want us to believe you, where the power at? So that's why you gotta say, oh, okay. Okay. You want to see something first. Yeah, you need the visual, right? Okay. But when he returned with the power, see, that ain't gonna be the visual they ready to what? Show me more. Right? Because when he come back with the power, he ain't coming back to play with it. Now they gonna be saying, now can you know what? Now we really was on your team. We really woo woo woo. But then at that point, it's gonna be too what? Because when he comes back with the power, he not coming back to you don't go get the power to come back and disperse it upon the weak. You actually go get the power so that you can do away with the what? With the weak. He said, when I became a man, right? Then I what? Put away what?
Childish things.
See, when you go get the power, what you returning to do? Now you putting away what is not what? Needed anymore. Put away what is not needed anymore. That's the maturity you must have. Okay? Go down to 12, 42 and 12. He says, so therefore let them give glory unto the Lord and declare his praise in the islands. That's what we're talking about, in all the lands of the Gentiles. The Lord shall go forth as a what?
Mighty man.
See, that what he mean. When he returns, he's going to be what? A mighty man. And he shall stir up jealousy like a man of what? He shall cry. Yeah. Now he going to cry. Yeah. And he going to what? Roar. And he shall prevail against all his what? Yeah. And he said, because he said out of his mouth, I have a long time holding my what? I held my peace for a long time with you people. He said, I have been still, right? And I refrained myself for y'all's sake. But now, will I cry like a what? A travailing woman. You know, a woman about to give birth. Do you know how loud and roar she roars when she getting ready to have that baby? He said, now imagine that as a woman. Imagine what type of passion, what type of zeal it is to deliver himself. Remember when she getting rid of that, how badly she wants it to get that baby what? Out of her. He talking about this is the type of zeal, the type of strength, the type of power he gonna come with to deliver himself of the children. Because now he's a what? A man amongst what?
Children.
Same way a woman craves to deliver herself of that what? That baby that she been holding on to for 9 months. Get out of me. Get away from me. That's how she really saying. And she right? She goes deep into her soul, to the bottom of her soul, to push that baby out. He said that's how he coming. So you know, that's a lot of built up what? Yeah. He said, cause for a long time, remember 9 months, I held my peace, right? For 9 months, I was still. For 9 months, I restrained myself. But now, on this labor bed, I'm finna let it all what? I'm finna let it out. And he said, I will both destroy and devour at once. Destroy and devour at once. All in a moment. And he says he will waste all type of stuff. Yes. So now I understand how he coming. See, sometimes you can hang around people. That's why he left. I used to wonder, like, he was in the midst of saving souls, then all of a sudden he said it's time to go. Right? And everybody was like, why you gotta go? Well, it's time to finish this. Sometimes you gotta realize some places you ain't gonna be able to finish it at. So you gotta go to what's gonna finish it, right? That's why he says, I go my way. And Satan has what? Nothing on me. Sometimes you gotta know to just go your what? Right. Go your way. Right? And let them go what? Their way. Their way. Mm-hmm. So now go to John 14, 1 through 31.
Psalm 13?
John 14. It's 1 through 31, right? He says, so let not your heart be troubled. That would mean your heart beats because you be around so many people and you be feeling like, you know what, it ain't gonna manifest. It's not gonna come. It ain't gonna. I remember it was just a movie called what's that movie? I know. I just remember the famous saying. He said, "If you build it, they will what? They will come. If you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come." Man, at first I used to thought he was talking about the church, right? He was always talking about the church. Like, if I build the church, they will come. But that's the first interpretation most men get out of it when they hear that. So they go out on the local corner and start building what? Churches. If you build it, they will come. Right? And that's what they think. That's what it's telling. Because it is talking to you. And most men and women, they think that's what it means. Go build a church. But that's not, in essence, what y'all was talking about in that. Right? Mm-hmm. He's talking about if you do the work, they will what? Yeah. That's what you need to do. You got to put in what? The work. Then they will come. Because they ain't got no choice but to honor the work. They ain't gonna never honor you, but they will honor the spirit of the work. The work speaks for its what? For itself. He says, so in my Father's house are many mansions. And if I were not so, I would have told you. So I go, to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there you may be also. And whether I go, you know, and the way you know. He said, I go to prepare a place. So he's leaving to go prepare a place. A lot of us get confused right there. Oh, prepare a place. Where is he going? Right? A lot of us assume he was going to heaven. But in essence, he went to a couple of places. I'm going to tell you some of the places that he went. Of course, he went to heaven first because he has to come back with the what? With the power. But when he comes back with the power, he's not going to just sit in heaven. He said, sit on my right hand until I make your enemies what? Your footstool. So that means he also had to return. But we know when he returns triumphant. When he returns, we know that in Revelation. When he returns, it ain't going to be pretty. But then he also says when he returns, he's returning to a certain place on earth. This is clear. He's returning to a certain place on earth. Well, this is where he makes his stand at. This is where he makes his stand at. And he shall not be what? Moved. Now, we all know that. Even devils know that. Oh, he's coming back. And they be like, where is he coming back to? That's the whole point. So that's why a lot of devils and stuff trying to gather in these places now. I think the devil wants to take over all places. So yeah, to be there when he returns to try to prevent the what? The return. And that, that's why. I'm telling you now, that's why. They want to cover the face of the earth, so therefore when he does return, they try to prevent that return. But the place where he returns, it will be the place of Yah that they can't control, though they wish they're gonna try to. But of course, he's gonna take over, and they ain't won't be able to do nothing about it, right? So Thomas said unto him, Lord, we know that whether thou, but oh yeah, keep in mind, he said, I go prepare a place for who? In verse 3. John 14, verse 3.
Prepare a place for you.
Prepare a place for you. So these are secrets. If he goes to prepare a place for you, then once it is prepared, guess what? You gotta go. Once it is prepared, you have to go. These some of the telltale signs, secrets that are in the Bible that you reading over, not understanding. If he goes to prepare a place for you, you gotta go. Now we know the place that he's preparing will be on earth, right? Well, you might not understand it, but trust me, you will when it's all said and done. That's what all this war is about. He's definitely going to establish his throne on earth, whether they like it or what. Because he said, let your kingdom be on earth, what? As it what? So that's what, now you read it and you understand it. Oh, he is going to make a kingdom where? On earth. So when he comes back, that's exactly what he comes to do. Establish that place. That's the place that everyone in the world trying to already, that's why they want to buy up all property, buy up all land, because they trying to say, no, we're not going to let him return. And if he does return, he's going to bump right into us, which we're going to be blocking it. But how is you think he's going to take their place? Said the whole nations want to go make war with him for sure. He says, but whether I go, you and the way, you know. This is another secret. He says, you will know. How would you think you would know? Because he's going to put it where? In your heart. Ah, okay. Now you get it. He's going to put it where? In your heart. He's going to tell you where it's at. And when you hear it, you're going to know. Oh, snap. And you're going to realize, I got to go. He said, so Thomas said to him, Lord, we know not where you finna to go. How can we know the way? Yahushua said unto them, I am what? The way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me. So he already telling them, only way you're going to get there is through who? Me. I mean, I'm the one that's going to reveal it, what? To you. So he's telling you, it's only can come through spirit. Will you be able to understand the way? Remember I told you behind a bunch of people, like he said, David said, though I walk through the valley of the shadows of what? Death, right? He says, but I will be afraid of no evil because I'm trying to get to my destination. But I know I have a lot of people that's in my what? Way. That's why he called them shadows, because they are hovering what? Over him. As of those who trying to block his what? View and sight and way. Right? He says, and if you had known me, you should have known the Father also. And from henceforth you know him and you have seen him. Philip said unto him, Lord, show us the Father, and it sufficeth us, meaning we'll be satisfied if we be shown. He said, have I been so long a time with you, and yet hast thou not known me, Philip? He that hath seen me hath seen the Father, and how sayest thou then, show us what? The Father. Believest that not that I am in the Father, and the Father in me? The words that I speak unto you, I speak not of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me. He doeth what? The works. You see that? Why is he telling them? He's explaining to his disciples, if you want to know the Father, you can see the Father through me. through my actions, through my conversation. What is the difference between his conversation and worldly conversation? Well, the difference is this. His conversation, he said to you, I speak not of what? Myself. That's the conversation right there. He's telling you clearly, I didn't come just to do my own what? Pleasure out here. I didn't come just to do me. This is how you know that the Father is what? In me, because I didn't come here to what? To do me. Right? I didn't come to what? Listen, I didn't come to do what? To just do me. But I come to do the Father's will, right? That's what he said. I didn't come to do what I want to do out here. So then it's made clear. It's made clear then. The children of the devil versus the children of Yah. What's the difference? Exactly. Right there. That's the deal. Right there. That's the deal breaker. That's the judgment. That's the judgment right there. One comes to do the will of Yah, and somebody else comes just to do what they want to do. They just want to, they're like it is known, they're hostile towards what? The will of what? Will of Yah. They're hostile. I don't want to do that. They say in their heart, I want to control my own what? Destiny. Exactly. When anybody says I want to control my own destiny, then that destiny is against the will of what? Because Yah has a destiny what? For each and every last one of us. So when you say I don't want to do what the word says I need to do, I want to control my own what? Destiny, then you are in direct opposition against the truth. Because you are now found to be a liar. Right? Because you either doing the truth. Yah is the truth. He said, my future is what's going to be. I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. I am Alpha and what? Omega. My truth is going to be. Now, where will your truth be? Meaning, what house you going to have planted out here? Because I already said what house I'm planting out here. Where's your house? In the midst of my house, where should your house be at? The truth, you won't have one. You won't have a house out here. Because if you ain't, he said, I go prepare a place. My Father has a mansion, right? He's telling you it's only one. How many houses? It's only one. So that means it's only one destiny. So, but if you say, no, I don't want that destiny. I want my own. I want to control what I want to do out here. I want to control my own path. I want to go where I want to go. Then you are in opposition versus the truth. This is true. Because the truth tell you, that's why he said, do not despise prophecy. Prophecy is everything that's already lined up to happen. And you say, I ain't finna do what? None of those things. I'm finna do what I want or what? So you are in direct opposition, very hostile towards what shall be, instead of what you wanted to what? So at that point, you living in la la land, you living in your own imagination and in your own fantasy world of I'm gonna do what I want to do out here. So the house you build up for sure against Yah's house is gonna be what? Broken. Trampled under feet. Because you said the wrong thing when you said I want my own, I want to control my own what? Yes. Control my own fate. That's not in the Bible. There's not a scripture for that. It's not a storyline for that. So if you're not found in the pages of the book, then where do you exist? You don't. You will cease to what? Exist. Because that life that Yah has already wrote out, that's what's going to happen. What you talking about is going to fall short. Because it has no nothing to hold it in place. See, we are all born, but the dummies think they are born to do what they want to do. That's what a fool thinks. But obedient ones know that we're here to do the will of what? We know that. So we are not in opposition. But that's the minute you tell them that, that's when they become your enemy. Because they say, you're not about us letting us do what we want to do out here. And you tell them, I'm about whatever Yah says. What? Remember that angel told him, he said, are you for us or against us? He said, I'm neither what? For you or against you. But I'm here to do the will of what? Yah. Exactly. What does Yah say we're going to do today? That's what we're doing. I can care less about what you want out of it. That's the truth. And that was well spoken by an angel of Yah. You ain't never supposed to let a person tell you, I say we finna to do this, and I say we finna to do that. You never let a person tell you that. Your response is, we shall do what the Lord say what we gonna do. Have you prayed about that? Has the Lord spoken to you concerning that? And if Yah ain't talked to you about it, you need to pray first, because we're not budging on that until we get confirmation that Yah wants that. Right? Mm-hmm. We're children born for the will of Yah. We are born for it. The problem is we just don't want to what? We don't want to do it. For some of us, just don't want to do it. So these are the hostile ones against Yah. They're against the will of Yah. They're against the kingdom of coming, right? They're against the kingdom of heaven. They're against the truth. They are against the power. They are against the glory. Though they try to tell you that they're not against God, but he's telling you, but you are against me. If I tell you to do something and you won't do it, then that's proof you are what? Against me. You are an enemy of me. Right? He says, 11, believe me that I am in the Father. He's telling you he's in the bosom of the Father. And then the Father is in him. But also believe me for the very work's sake. That is proven that I didn't come to do. Yahushua said, I didn't come to do me. I just came to do the will of the Father. And I'm trying to explain to y'all, I was born in the flesh to let people who born in the flesh understand what they have to do while they're in the what? Flesh. Every man that is born of flesh must observe the will of who? That's it. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to be the first fruit. I'm going to show you how this works. Because I know y'all didn't know. He said, before me, robbers came to y'all. They started telling y'all to do this and do that. But I come to tell you, you ain't got to listen to what? None of them. Only thing you needed to ever do was to do the will of Yah. That is your lifeline. That is your way. That is what you're supposed to do. Stop listening to what people want. These are devils. Anyone will turn you off the will of Yah is a devil. He says it. 12. For verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also. And greater works than these shall he do, because I go to the Father. See, whoever believes shall be given works to what? To do. And even greater works they're going to do. Meaning the same, he said, the works that I do, shall he do what? Also. So he's saying not only whatever you seen me do, Yahushua did, you going to have to what? Do it too. So what is this talking about? We finna to go do this and finna to go do that. If Yahushua didn't even what? He ain't even do it. Whoever said, he never said, I'm going to live my, that was his whole point. He never said, I'm going to control my own what? Destiny. He never said that. Even as a baby, he never said, I'm going to control my own destiny. I'm going to do what I want to do. But he said it from day one. He honored his what? Mother and what? Father. That his days would be what? Made longer. Listen, he says, and he says, and even greater works, because then I mean now you're going to be found to be in the volume of the books, and you will find the prophecies that align with you in real time, that you know that you're going to have to do what is spoken of you to do, right? You should always say, I only did what was spoken of me to do. That's what I did, showing men in the flesh, this is how we observe Yah. And whatever you shall ask in my name, that I will do, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If you shall ask anything in my name or purpose, I will do it. If you love me, keep what? Keep the commandments. That's what he's saying. Keep the will of Yah. If you say you love the word, then keep the what? Meaning, not keep just keep it in your pocket. No, just make sure you keep your mind set on it to what? To do it. And don't keep putting it what? Off as something I don't really have to do. Everybody always put off the word of Yah for some reason. I'm not ready yet. The Lord got me. You know, I'm still growing. I'm still trying. Are you really? A lot of us just say that to give ourselves what? More time to tarry. That's all it really be. More time to stay in a mess. Keep on swearing, y'all ain't done with me yet. But when did you ever try to get yourself better? You see? He says then, keep my commands. Keep the word. That's all you ever had to do to be right with Yah. And I will pray the Father, 16, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever. Comforter means a place to what? To dwell, right? And it will dwell amongst you. It will cover you like a blanket. Comforter means not like the clothes he gave Adam and Eve in the garden. Remember Adam and Eve? When they was naked, what did he clothe them with? Huh? No, he clothed them. He said he made some clothes for them they had to put on, right? The same clothes they said Esau stole. They say the same clothes that Nimrod had ended up wearing. They said King Nimrod had wore the clothes of Adam and Eve when they had left, and he got a hold of their clothes, and they said that's what gave him the power. He wore the clothes of Adam and Eve. Nimrod, the one who was the king of Babylon, king of Babel, says he wore the clothes and inherited some great power, from Adam and Eve. So he was confident in those clothes, right? But we know Adam and Eve died, didn't they? Mm-hmm. So he says, but I will give you another comforter. So he'll give you another change of what? Clothes. Change of clothing. Changing of armor. That will cover you. It's like a sword. Whenever you got a sword, one thing swords, you just can't have a sword, can you? Because you don't only got to have a sword, but you also got to have that piece that you put the sword in, right? The piece you put the sword in, or that gun, the holster for a gun, is called the comforter. The same way you put your sword in one of them, right? It comforts the weapon, doesn't it? It conceals the weapon, right? But when it's time to be used, right, it's going to, yeah. So what the comforter is doing within you, it's molding you and it's sharpening you, according to a sword. When they put it in the sheath, when they stick it in, the sword in there, it kind of keeps the sword what? Sharpened. That's why they don't just leave it out, because if you leave it out, it gets what? Dull. So they kind of put it in a little sheath, and the sheath kind of scrapes the steel of the blade every time it goes in and out. Kind of scrape it just a little bit to keep the blade what? Sharpened. That's what it means, comforter. The comforter is there to sharpen you. It covers you as you go inside of the spirit, and the spirit comforts you, meaning sharpens you, prepares you in the way that you must go. That's what the Spirit definitely does. That he may abide with you forever. Even the Spirit of what? Truth. 17. Whom the world cannot receive. See, the world can't get it, right? See, it's an inside of you thing. Because it seeth him what? Not. Remember he said, I go my way? And then you won't be able to what? See him anymore. You wouldn't be able to find him anymore. He ain't going to be found unless he wants to be what? But he shall be found. That's why he told his other disciples, but you will find me. You will find me. You will what? You will find me. See, neither did they know of him. But you know of him, for he dwelleth with you and shall be where? In you. Right? I will not leave you what? Comfortless. I will come to you. Meaning I will not leave you dumbfounded what? Out here. But I will sharpen your senses. The Spirit is there to what? Sharpen your senses concerning what? 17 says it's the spirit of what? Truth. So it's definitely there to tell you, point you in the direction of the what? The truth. The truth is what? Shall be. That's what makes it the truth. It's something that of a surety shall be. So the Spirit points you directly towards what shall be, so you never be on the opposite side of what shall be. Meaning this place gonna be. Wherever you at this point ain't gonna what. So therefore the Spirit will guide you to where it's gonna be. And you won't be stuck staying where it what? Ain't gonna be. That's what it's telling you. The Spirit directs, it guides. It's gotta take you places. That's what he said, I go prepare you a place. And then I'm going to receive you into that place. The Spirit going to guide you from point A to what? To that place. Everyone else, they're not going to have this Spirit. They're going to stay what? Right where they at. Because nothing's going to tell them it's time to go. The Spirit comes to you like that from the days of Noah, right? When Noah knew it was time to what? To go. What did he do? Start building what? Preparing for himself for it. It's time to go. And when that time was met, he got up on that thing, closed the door, and it was what? Time to go. And everybody else who stayed around, they didn't what? They didn't go. The Spirit will always direct you to the next place. While those who don't have Spirit will stay what? Will stay behind. They will never go. Because they don't, that we said the Spirit doesn't show them anything. They don't have a Spirit to be revealed that it's time to go. They just gonna sit there and just sit there. But the Spirit gonna say it's time for you. They always say dust your feet off because it's time to what? It's time to go. There's no more time to tarry with them. Lot, time to what? No longer sitting there tarrying with them, right? And they all blind. They always say they got what? Darkened. See, that mean they didn't have no light or spirit to tell them it was time to what? Time to go. So they stayed and got destroyed. Sodom and Gomorrah, same thing. They stayed. He left. Spirit said, time to what? Time to go. So the Spirit will always direct you out of it. But the Spirit won't direct them to go anywhere. He knows how to deliver you out of it and then put them what? He gonna make another spirit talk to them and say, you need to go over there. And they say, oh, okay. That spirit will lead them right to their what? Yeah. That's what Yahushua said. It's time for him to what? I go my way. And he told them, if y'all stay, y'all gonna just die in y'all what? Sins. He told them that. And sure enough. Sure enough. But he did tell the disciple before, he said, but I go my way and only y'all will what? Know the what? Know the way. See, I'm not leaving y'all. I would say I won't leave you comfortless. I'm not gonna not sit there and let you know when it's time. But for them, I ain't gonna never let them know. That's the mystery of the Spirit. That's why I told you it's never for anyone to play like they got it. It's better to have it because it is a director, it is a navigator. You need it. Your household needs it, or you ain't going what? Nowhere. That's what he says. 19. Yet a little while, and the world seeth me no more. See? But you see me because I live. That's the most important thing. I what? And you shall live what? Also. That's what he's telling you. Because where I go, I'ma live. And I'm giving you the opportunity to come with me so that you can what? Live. But for those that don't come with me, I ain't gonna what? Exactly. At that day you shall know that I am in my Father, and you in what? In me, and I where? In you. This is a place, y'all. He that have my commandments, see, and keepeth them, he it is that loveth me, and he that loveth me shall be loved of my Father, and I will love him, and will what? Manifest myself what? To him. Meaning I will reveal, I will sharpen this one to understand and give this one instructions. But you gotta love what? Command. You got to love the will of Yah. You gotta mean telling yourself that of my chief joy, what I prefer nothing more to do in this world than to do the what? The will of Yah. You can't be of those who say, well, I prefer, if I had a choice to go get myself this, or I prefer to go over there and get myself that. That should never be your chief joy. How do you know? Watch this here. Go to Psalms 137. We will talk about chief joy for a second. Psalms 137. Don't be a fool. We there? Listen. He says, by the rivers of Babylon. By the rivers of Babylon. There we sat down. By the rivers of where? Babylon. There did we what? Sat down. Yeah. We wept when we remembered what? Zion. We cried because we wanted to return what? Back to Zion. But they had us where? In Babylon. By the rivers. Rivers mean waters, right? Mm-hmm. The conversation of Babylon. We were stuck in the middle of that. But we remembered what? Zion. And we hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof, meaning we put down our times. Harps are instruments of celebration. So he says for us, while we was in the land of our captivity, we hung up our little harps. We put up our musical what? Instruments. Because is it a time to celebrate? No. When you're in captivity, is there a time to celebrate? No. And he says 3, knowing well that we was in the land of our enemy. These same enemies, therefore, they that carried us away captive, required of us what? A song. Sing to us how good it is to be here in captivity. And you got us dummies talking about, I see skies of blue, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Huh? That's what you see in captivity, oh black man? This is wonderful. This is good. See, that's what he said. They required of us to make songs as if we happy here. Oh, they didn't want to say, no, they wanted the songs. No, sing us one of those. And then they used to make us slaves sing those songs and be happy singing them. No, sing it with joy. Sing these songs with joy. That's why they have y'all go to their choirs and stuff and sing those songs like it's just a happy world you living in. Like you living in a great captivity where everything is all plush and good. You even have your celebrities who sing these songs to make it seem like where we at is just so good. Get you a piece. See, that's what they said. They made us do that. They made us preach that. Why are you in captivity? They made you, they say, you better tell these other people that's in your children, you better make it seem like you in a good place. Tell them to have fun. Enjoy. Winter wonderland. Light up the Christmas trees. Bake the cakes. Mold the pies. Put up the lights. Celebrate. As if you forgot where you were at. And they that wasted us, see, spoiled us, required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. See, sing it. Like as if you there. See, they wanted to totally wipe your mind to make you think you were already there. Heaven on earth. This is heaven. Some of us say this is heaven on earth for those who get a little check, right? I'm living the good life. Remember some song, The Good Life? Who sang that song? T.T. Payne and Kanye West?
Yeah, and T-Payne.
Oh, I'm good. It's the good life.
Yeah.
Right. Bartender. Yeah. Let's drink, let's be happy, let's turn up. Like as if you done forgot where you at. And they made us do it. They made those celebrities do it. They made those singers and them do that because two things. It made you forget all the liquor and wine passed around and the good music. It made you forget where you was. But it also made them forget what they did to you. Like as if, oh, see, they happy where they at. Look at them. They happy. So we ain't got to change a thing. They look at them, they happy. They like it here. They love it here. Because they didn't want to feel guilty for what? Putting you in what?
Captive.
So they forced your people to sing as if what they did was such a good thing. To make them comfort them and to comfort who?
Yeah.
See, that's what I mean. They gave you a comforter too, didn't they? The devil gave you a comforter too, didn't it? A spirit of, hey, I'm good. See, the devil gave you a comforter too. Comfort you in that. Oh, you good. You doing, hey, enjoy yourself. You deserve it. But look what 4 says. But how shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? How can we be happy here? How can we find the best out of the worst? So he says, if I ever forget thee, Yah, O Jerusalem, where I used to be, let my right hand forget her cunning. That's what he said. If I forget, basically, this is what you didn't know. For all of us who fall asleep, if I ever forget what you done to me, my people, and if I ever forget, for those who's talking about that stuff is paid, I ain't worry about that stuff no more. Don't worry about it, it's over. If I ever forget, then give me death. Then give me death. Because that's basically what I just asked for. That is suicide, according to Yah. If you ever forget where you came from. And if you ever forget the mission, give you what? Give me death. Because I done forgot where I came from, and I forgot where I was supposed to be going what? To. And I forgot where I'm at. 3 things. Then he say I'm what? Yesterday, today, and forevermore. You forgot your yesterday, where I came from, your today, where I'm at, and what you supposed to be doing forevermore. That's you. You done forgot it all. So therefore, a person like you give you what? Death. Because Yah says, I am what? Yesterday, today, and forevermore. I don't what? Forget. That's what that means. I don't what? Forget. Or change. Exactly. I don't forget where I'm at, where I came from, where I'm going, and neither nor will I ever change from that. That's what he means. So he's steady on a course. Spirit is always going towards that, no matter what else is going on. And if you ever forget that, Yah already tells you, he says it. If we ever forget, then let my right hand forget what the world I'm supposed to be doing. Give me death then. Let me go ahead and be whited out and drown myself to give up. Because that's basically what I done did anyway. Spiritually, I done killed myself. Suicide. Cut off my head, hang me on the nearest tree, and let it be. If I ever forget that, wait a minute, y'all brought us into slavery. We ain't even supposed to be here. 6. See, if I do not remember thee, see, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. See, let me never have another word to say to no one else. If I forget, that's why he said, be quick to what? Speak. I mean, it's quick to listen and slow to what? Speak. See, shut up. If you ain't about this life, then what are you talking about? Because that means you advertising the other life. He said, but for a person like me that forgot it all, let me just shut up because I don't know what the word I'm talking about. I need to learn. I need to learn what? Yesterday, today, and what? So I need to learn some things. Some things I need to shut up and what? Learn. Because I done forgot where I what? Came from. Exactly. And if I prefer, see, and if I prefer not 6, if I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief what? Joy. So my chief joy, meaning what did you want to do the most? Some people might, I want to go to Disneyland, right? That's what he asking you. What is your chief joy? You best, if you are Hebrew, what is your chief joy? To remember what? My home. And it shouldn't be, well, I'm here now. I'm just gonna worry about what I can do here, what I can build here. Let me focus on this. Let me get that. That's why he said when y'all spoke to them one time about he worried about this and other one worried about that. I just bought me some new land. He said above my chief joy. That's your joy? That's your chief joy, huh? That's your first priority. Chief mean what is your first what? Priority. He said, if I do not put Jerusalem above my chief priority, my joy and pleasure. He's saying, but how should I desire anything else while I'm in captivity? How can I really have a good time? People want you. That's why they say, we know what they say, sing them on good song. Meaning, oh, you need to smile more. Just smile. Smile. Act like you're happy. Act. Will I ever be truly happy here? Is there such thing? What if they give me $1,000,000? Should I find my chief joy now? What if they give me $1,000,000,000? Should I find my chief joy now? What if they give me a house? Should I be confident now? Oh, I got me a house here. I'm good. Don't worry about nothing else. But ain't that what Uncle Elroy said? I know what I said I was going to do. But the minute I got my chief joy, I was what? I didn't care anymore. I got what I wanted out of it. Why worry about anything else? Why worry about the rest of it? Remember I told you, one person said, one person says, well, I want out of slavery, right? But you should want the end of it for all of us. Mm-hmm. Or do you just want it for yourself? Say, well, I got mine. Then I was gone. That's selfish. So some of us have that selfish spirit that we say we're about the cause. Are we truly? If I can find a way to be happy and all of us are still in slavery, even if something was to miraculously happen and I get out, it's just like Yosha when he left. What was his desire though? His desire is to still come back and what? Finish it what? For all of us. For the whole fam. Even when you come up, who's it really for? Is it just for you or is it for the whole what? The fam that's left behind, right? You supposed to, that's why you supposed, see, we be so ignorant and so selfish. The minute we get something for ourselves, we what? Abandon what? All the rest of them, I don't need them. But is it just for you? They give you $1,000,000 check right now, you quit. You throwing your flag, you done now? You got what you came for, huh? See, that's going to be called your chief joy. And then at that point, that's going to be called your idol. Because if you give in just because you got this or you got that and you done now, then that's all you was in it what? For. Y'all say he going to give you your heart's what? Desire. You better be careful what your desire is. Because once you get it, you got it. That's what you wanted. That's what he said. But be careful that it be not what you think it's supposed to be. Right? And get caught up with something you weren't supposed to what? Have. Don't let it be no forbidden fruit you done asked for. And then you get caught up because this is all I ever wanted anyway. I got mine. And then you're going to get caught up wishing that I should have never took that. Because there's far greater things that you should be focused on, right? And that's what he's telling in this scripture right here. Listen. Say, oh, if I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So he says 7, so that he would never forget. He had to mark also the people who brought him there. He said, so remember, O Lord, the children of who? Edom in the day of Jerusalem. Who said, raise it or uprooted, even to the foundation or to the ground thereof. Meaning burn it all what? Burn it all up. Burn it up. He's talking about the days when they had invaded what? When the Edomites had invaded Jerusalem. That's when they took all of us into what? Slavery. Into captivity. Mm-hmm. So he wasn't talking about the days. See, he called them Babylon too. Because Babylon did it first under Nebuchadnezzar, but the Esau and them came and did it what? Too. In their time, didn't they? So he's telling you, should I ever forget that day? And should I forget them and forgive them and let it go? What is he saying? Let them go? Forgive them? That's not what told you. That's not how the widow prays. She doesn't pray, oh, forgive them for they know not what they do. There ain't nobody praying like that, because he said you better remember them, y'all. Hey, let you know exactly what the prayer is for Esau and company. Oh, daughter of what? Babylon. Meaning because you did the same thing as Babylon. That's what made her a part of what? Babylon. Who ought to be what? Destroyed. See? Happy shall he be that reward of you, even as you have served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth your little ones against the stones. You hear me? Against what? So if you ever forget, this is the what? Oh, see, this is the mission. That's the mission. What's the mission? That Babylon be what? Destroyed. You see that? That's the mission. See, that's the thing. They don't hear that. They miss it. It go right over their head. He said, this is the mission. Verse 8 tell you what the mission is. O daughter of Babylon, who ought to be what? Art means this. The word art is like an art picture. That means it's already what? Exactly. So that's a prophecy. He says, O daughter of Babylon, who already prophesied to be what? Destroyed. Happy shall he be. Who is he? Talking about you. That began to reward Babylon as thou hast served you. Happy shall you be that taketh and dasheth the little ones of Esau against the what? The stones. That's the work. In the armies of the Lord. So if you ain't talking about being in the congregation, because that's what it's gonna take place at. If you ain't talking, but if you got other endeavors, if you got other endeavors than this, you done missed it. And I will prefer to tell you they're gonna see you later, but you're gonna be on the wrong spectrum of it all. Because this is the desire, this is the spirit, this is the goal. Yesterday, today. And has this happened yet? No. So that's forever what? Forevermore. You know what the plan is. Don't be stupid. Don't get caught up. Esau is here to make you get what? Caught up and make you worry about everything else. That's why they said we must control our own destiny. Because they know they don't want to be under the will of Yah. Because the will of Yah tell you what's going to happen to them. So they fighting to not let this what? Happen. So to be a friend of them, meaning you of the same thing. So either you want to end slavery or you just want to get yourself out of it, but you still like it to what? Continue it. Oh, I ain't trying to mess nothing up here. I just was just getting myself out of it. That's the difference. That's the difference. Moses didn't come to just get himself out of captivity, did he? Exactly. Moses just didn't come to get himself out of Egypt. Because he had got out of Egypt, didn't he? He was gone. But yes. And when he came back, he was with the what? What did he have when he came back? He had the power. Exactly. You see, because remember before he left, it was perfect. Because remember before he left, Moses left, his people was questioning him, huh? What they said. Who made you the judge? Right? Remember that he was questioning him then? When he tried to go amongst his own people, then it was already, man, who you supposed to be? What you talking about? Man, you get your hands off me, man. Yeah, they didn't want to hear nothing Moses was talking about. Nothing. Until he left. Right? And he came back with the what? The power. Then when he came back with the power, Over Pharaoh. Oh. And when he went to showdown mode with Pharaoh, now the people want to take sides, right? Oh, now you know what Moses we really was with you, though. Yes, Moses. Right. You know I was just playing. You know I was just playing. Exactly. Right? So yeah, when Moses came back, they definitely had a whole new note, a whole new demeanor about what time it was then. Right? Go to Deuteronomy 32.
32.
Yep. Deuteronomy 32. He says, so give ear, O ye heavens, and I will speak. O hear, O earth, the word of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall distill as the dew, as the small rain upon the tender herbs, and as the showers upon the grass. Because I will publish the purpose of the Lord. See, Deuteronomy 32 and verse 3. I will publish the name of the Lord, meaning I will publish the purpose. See, that's the thing. Everybody will always want to say, well, what is the will of Yah? What is the will of Yah? Yah said, well, I will publish it. I will make it be known. What is the will of Yah? Now, the question is, the will of Yah is already, that's why the Bible is here. Why do you think the Bible been with us for generations? He said, because ain't nothing going to stop until all is what? Exactly. So it's telling you keep on running. What I'm going to do? Bible right there. Okay, well, what else I'm going to do? Bible right there. Okay, I'm going to go with Bible right there. That's why it follows you everywhere you what? So yeah, because people want to know, well, what do I need to do? He said, I'm not going to make this hard. I'm not going to make this difficult. I'm going to put it right in your face. I'm going to make it very accessible to you. Make it very accessible to you. For anybody one around out here telling, I don't know what to do with my life. I don't got no purpose. I don't got no Bible right there. But I ain't got no purpose. I don't got no purpose. Bible right there. I don't see no purpose for me. I don't know if I can ever find it. Bible right there. You can't run from the truth. It ain't gonna let you. This is like an indestructible book. They've been trying to destroy this for long and it just won't go nowhere. Cause that's what he mean. Ain't nothing. My word shall never fail until all is what? Fulfilled. He says his word don't come back what? Void. That's what it mean. He's not gonna move it until you do it. He's not gonna move it until you do it. My thing is this though. Right? That's the same thing Jonah had to realize in the belly of the whale, right? Until you do it, you're gonna be in the belly of the what? Until you do it. So you stuck in this captivity until you do it. And you keep on acting like, well, how else I'm gonna get out of here? He tells us only one way. Follow the book. The book got so much life in it, but you refuse the life. Keep on trying to find your own means and method about how you're gonna do things. Right? I'm gonna control my own destiny. You sound just like them. But that's why they was casted out. And you hear you picking up the same vibes. Talking about, I'm not like them. I'm nothing like them. You sure? Matter of fact, how you know if you're sure? Well, what do you know about prophecy? Have you even tried to even look in there to find just one? Just one prophecy. So to even know where you at right now. Some people will say, no. Well, how in the world was you planning on getting out of this then? Because there is no, as you can clearly see, there is no other way. How do you know? Because they didn't try all the other ways. We didn't see them. They tried money to get out. It didn't work, did it? So they got rich, and what the rich people do, they just buying up a lot of stuff. They didn't budge though. It didn't free them from nothing. Because that rich people still gonna be destroyed too, right? So they didn't budge. So becoming rich does not give you a ticket out of it. You're gonna be destroyed too. Some people tried joining Team Devil. Joining team devils, selling your soul even more so meant you still gonna get destroyed. It didn't get you out of it, did it? You just even more so in it now. You trapped. What means people tried? Kissing butt. That didn't work. Still stuck in it too. You just joined the enemy too. It's another way of joining the enemy. You stuck. People tried joining other religions. That's crazy. They'd rather join another religion than accept their own. But let me try to become a Mormon or something. Maybe that a Jehovah Witness, something. I just can't do that one. That one I can't do. That's the crazy part. The one that been here longer than all the rest, that's the one they won't do. That is your book, but you won't do that one. So you decide. Some people want to become celebrities and think that was going to free them, and it didn't. They in it too, right? So then you begin to ask yourself, okay, well, what do I got to do to get out of this, right? And then he's telling you, well, the book ain't never left your side. It ain't never left, right? But us, we just, that it's got to be another way, right? So look, he says, for he is the rock. The work is perfect. See? This work is what? Perfect. So you trying to figure out what you need to do. He's telling you that this is what? Perfect. You do this when you straight. For all his ways are what? Judgment. Told you. Yea or nay, right? A God of truth and without iniquity. Just and right is he. See, he's telling you the book is going to make it clear down the line what you need to do and who has done it and who has what? Not done it. But they have, to my Israel, they have corrupted themselves. See? Their spot is not the spot of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation. See? Well, how do they corrupt themselves? How do we corrupt ourselves? Disobeying and start listening to other people, right? Self-righteousness. Other people trying to tell us to control your own what? Exactly. See, they've corrupted you. Listening to that nonsense is corrupted you. Because we know we all are children of who? We even lying to them, one nation under what? But nobody want to do it. So they be lying. Everyone wants to lie and say they are because it's deceiving to others. I always say transforming themselves into angels of light. See, they transform to tell you that, yeah, see, if you do it, we all are. See, we abiding by y'all. You see? Just because they put the word God in it, it makes you think, oh, okay, they doing it right. But that's just deceiving. Them niggas was never doing it right. It's not about what you say, it's what you what. And it's not an outwardly thing or they wouldn't have put it on the money. See? So if you got the money, well, it's saying God we trust. They talking about the money. What about you? What have you done? See, the devil always prints his stuff on the outside. But he tells you it's not one that's on the outside, but one that's what? On the inside. So what have you done? Have you done the word of Yah? Have you? He says, so they have corrupted themselves. So now their spot is not the spot of his children. They are perverse and crooked, what? Generation. They won't teach it straight. Perverse meaning they're not made clear. It's not clarity. Their truth is not clarity. There's no clarity in it. There's no right judgment. 6. Do you thus require the Lord, O foolish people and unwise? Is not he thy father that has bought thee? See, have he not made thee and established thee? Meaning, who created you? But what did he establish and create you for? It's like a marriage. You are the vessel, and you have to link with what? The will of Yah. The two together becomes what? One. So we say he created you to be coupled with the word, with the commandments. Because only you and the commandments go together. Y'all link together. That's why the book follows you around, because you're linked to the word. You just need to do it. Stop acting like you're separate from it and be what? One with it. That's why I say I'm in the volume of the book, meaning I am one with the book. What the book say, that's what I do. It says this. 7. Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. See, ask the Father, and he will declare it to you, and the elders, and they will tell you. See, when the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, see, when he gave everyone their portion, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of what? Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his what? Inheritance. I'm going to tell you what that means, because they love to change words around. Jacob is the land. Lot is land. We know that, right? Of his inheritance. His inheritance means treasure, right? Treasure is what? We explain. What is treasure to Yah? His what? His words. So the lot, Jacob is the land who inherits his what?
Treasure.
What is his treasure?
Word.
His word, and there you go. You see, they are always the people who receives his what? His words and commands and wills. That's what it meant. Inheritance meaning his will. Another word for inheritance, his will. See, Jacob is the one who inherits Yah's what? Will. Right there. Who will inherit Yah's will? Mm-hmm. Meaning, you were born for that. And ain't nobody but you. You are the inheritor of Yah's will. It belongs to who? You. You always wonder, well, what my mom and daddy gonna get me out of it? What I'm gonna get? What is my inheritance? What is that? There you go. Your inheritance was always to hear and know and understand the word of Yah. Because he told you it's not about amount of money that you're gonna get out of here. It's not about what you can heap up treasures and material things that you can gather out here. You better gather what? Those words. And understand what the will of Yah is for your life. Because he said in that is the most valuablest thing you could ever have or possess is the word of what? Yah. Because in the word of Yah is life and truth. See, I told you, value is determined by what? Y'all remember? Can y'all remember what value is determined by? The value of something is determined by its what?
Oh, yeah. It's
I remember longevity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Longevity.
Longevity.
Exactly. See, the value of anything is determined by the longevity of it. That's how you know it's valuable if it lasts forever. His word is the only thing that lasts what?
Right.
So that is the most valuable thing you can have in your possession. Because it's gonna, that gold gonna come and go. Them diamonds gonna come and go. That money gonna come and go. But his word gonna live for how long? So it's the most valuable thing, more than those things. That's why he tell you, you already rich if you know the word. Because you're gonna outlast those other things that people thought was more valuable. See, they're gonna heap up things they think of more valuable to them. But if you heap up the word in you, then you're gonna be more valuable than what? Them, because you're gonna live them. Because it ain't about your money and can't get you not an extra day of life, can it? Your jewelry cannot get you one extra day of life, can it? Huh? How many doctors you know can't get you one extra day of life, even if you know all the doctors by name? They can't buy you not one day of, see, money can't buy you another day of life, can it? That's why he's telling you the most valuablest thing you could ever have is something that has longevity in it. And there's nothing else in this world that has longevity but the spirit of what? Truth, which is the word of what? Word of Yah. I'm telling you. You know why Esau gonna be destroyed? Because he doesn't have the word in him. He's brute. He has no understanding. Esau is a dinosaur, a caveman, somebody that's going to come and go because he has no understanding. See, all his life, Esau ruled, right? But because he was a boy king, a childish king, he never took the time to what? Be taught. So he just jumped straight to being a king. I want to just rule. That's his motto. I want to rule. But it takes a level of understanding to rule. It takes a level of being taught first to know how to be a what? A king or a queen. See, that's what he says. Every king and queen has to go through Yah first to be what? Taught. Because in him is what? Longevity. So how long you plan on being a king or a queen without the word? That's what it means. Your house ain't gonna last for too what? Too long. Your kingdom ain't gonna stand for too long. Because you lack the very thing that could have kept you going. See, he didn't care to learn. He just wanted. And that is a very childish mind, is to just want things and not understand the value of things. So he just went about, I just want to be king. But he never considered, can I be a king forever? Because only that comes through who?
Yeah.
So it's going to be short-lived. That's why he's called a dinosaur. Because he won't be here, because he's too brute. He's too bulky in activity. All he cares about is power, dominance. And the other nations, they just want to make a deal. They just want to trade. But Esau don't know how to do that. For him, a deal means a loss. If I make a deal, that means I got to lose something because I got to trade something for something. I'm not trying to lose what? Nothing. So my deal is I'm going to take yours and that's what it's going to be. That ain't how you trade with people, is it? You got to hold people with importance too. See, this person might have the peanut butter, you might have the jelly. Y'all just got to make a good deal with the person who got the bread. And y'all work what? Together. Esau don't believe in that. So he's holding the world what? Back. Because all he cares is, I just want to dominate people. That's all I know. That's all he knows. And he wanted to rule the world through fear. But that's the thing about fear. Eventually, people stop being scared. And once people stop being scared and they stop fearing you. And once people stop fearing you, which that's all you ever had, you're gonna fall. Because your purpose, it can't go forward. You see, you become the childish one in the room while everyone else is growing and ready to move on. See, everyone's ready to move on from slavery. Everyone just wants to just sell, trade, do good business with everybody and move on. This is how the economy actually wants to run. Esau don't want to run it like that. He just wants to run it. But he ain't got nothing to trade. He ain't got nothing to sell. He ain't got nothing to say. He just want to rule. And people saying, we can't get past him. He's holding everything what? Back and down. So people are saying now they're tired of Esau. See, the way he was taught and raised is not going to be the mindset of people going forward. That's why he's going to go to the bottom of the what? The barrel. See, one thing he lacked it that's going to shoot Jacob to the top. He lacked it mercy. He lacked it not how to just work with people. He lacked it how to talk to people. He think that if hang them. That ain't how you communicate with people. People want to, sometimes they just want to take, if they want to tell you no, then you got to work out a better deal. That's it. But for them, you don't, when they see something you have that they want, they just want to just take it from you and kill you, and then that's it. Move on. But people are tired of that mindset. That is an old way of thinking. No one wants that old way of thinking. People are very resourceful. People are very crafty. People are learning new trades and tricks, and they're ready to move on and expand and grow and build markets and build relationships with people all over the world. But they can't long as Esau is in play. Esau keeps the world divided just so he can play in between those cracks. But he ain't got nothing to offer or to contribute to anybody. He wants to keep his teaching so far to them, and for those who gravitated to his teaching, they said they thought that was going to be the teaching that was going to end all teachings. Esau's teaching. Esau is just about power, dominance, and control. Right? Kill and murder. But they're getting tired of that mindset. Nobody wants to keep just dying just so you can just keep going. You right? They want to be able to tell you no and then move on. Like, okay, I don't want to make that deal, meaning give or die. That ain't a deal. That's not a deal. They just been taking and killing, and if you don't want to give it to them, they take it. If you don't, and then give it to them at dirt price. To the point, like he told you, they don't believe in the deal. I'm telling you now, they just believe in what? Because they said to them, a deal is a loss. Because that means in the deal, you got to give something and I have to give something, right? That's a real deal. They said, we're not going to give what? Nothing. They're just going to take everything you have. And that's not how businesses ran. So people are getting tired of that old dinosaur way of thinking, that brute way of doing things. Now you have his ministers who believe in that way, but they're going to die too with it. Because that understanding is not going to be the understanding that's going to push us forward with Yah. That's why Esau knows his days are numbered, because he's going to be replaced. Esau thought he was going to rule like that forever. But I told you, fear is not a forever thing because it's inferior. Love is greater. See, he doesn't have no love in him. So he doesn't know how to love his land. He don't know how to love his people. He don't know how to, he don't know how to do none of those things. It's always just brute. And like I told you, these people, the other nations and races are getting tired of hearing that. And they're no longer scared of it. Because he beat a lot of people through fear. It was always, well, he gonna tear down. Okay. But now these people got guns too. Now these people have armies too. They have nuke bombs too. And they're not scared anymore. That's why they start, exactly. Now they start because they're not scared. They tell you gonna do something America or else. And they saying, okay, well just bring it then. Because one way or the other, it has to end. People are just tired of it. They go to everyone's land, take what they want, pillage what they want, and people just, we gotta fight back. And because of that, prophecies are gonna be what? Fulfilled. Because you just can't live that way and talking about going toward the future. So that's why they're trying to find a savior like in Trump, somebody that's gonna try to keep them in play. But unless they're willing to do business, and that's the thing, come to find out, they don't know how. That is their weakness. Their weakness is love. Their weakness is peace. Their weakness is getting along. Unless they feel like they have to rule it. But sometimes you're going to be in a room where somebody else might know what's best. And they have to accept that. And that's the problem. They don't know how. That's their weakness. So what's being exposed is Esau's what? Weakness. And that weakness is what not going to allow him to go forth. Remember I told you, when I was a child, I thought as a child, but when I became what? I put away what? I had to put away weaknesses. In order for this world to go forth, they were going to have to put Esau away. And the world is becoming agreed upon that. And Esau never wanted that, but that's the only way, because even now, this is the point. They trying to do now, secretly behind y'all back, some of our little white little supervisors and leaders or whatnot are trying to go secretly take little classes behind our backs, little workshop classes to try to teach them how to get along with us and not just hang everybody on the tree. They like, we still need them. You can't just Esau. You just can't hang there. He taking AA meetings behind our back to try to learn how to be a better manager, how to get along with his people and not use fear to do it. But that's the thing. He don't know how not to. That's his go-to. And like I told you, fear was his go-to. It's been his strength, his power for the long. But I said, but what comes in that's stronger going to replace what is what? Lesser. What is stronger than fear? Love is stronger than fear. Love can get along with everybody. Love can go forward. But fear is not going to be the ruling class going forward. It's not going to be the ruling class going forward. So anybody like bullies, all that stuff that was raised under Esau's principles and precepts are going to be a thing of the past, like a dinosaur. They're going to become extinct because no one wants those teachings anymore. That's what he said. And when that happens, that's when the devil falls, right? Because we're not going to need those teachings going forward. See, they've been ruling the world through those teachings for a long time. Fear and manipulation. But the world is coming to a point where they don't need that anymore as a teaching. Because now it's getting to the point where people just not afraid of you. They just want to learn how to what? You got to now give them something to what? Respect. That's it. You want honor, give us something to what? You want respect, give us something to what? Respect. That's the word of Yah. You ain't bringing that, then you can't respect what ain't respectable. Even with parents and friends and family members, that's what you're going to start understanding this great truth going forward. Ain't nobody just going to demand nothing. But everything is going to be earned through honor, respect, mutual what? Respect. Right. This is what's going to be the future. It's not going to be what Esau wants. That's why Esau is the end of Esau. He said Jacob will be the beginning. Didn't say that. Esau will be the ending of a dynasty. He's going to be the ending of captivity and slavery because it's no longer going to be needed to go forth. You hear me? It's not going to be needed. And we don't need him to be in charge for this world to move. That's another thing he's going to have to come to the reality of. And once they do, that's what they know they're going to have to fall back. So he's going to have to fall back. And because he's going to have to fall back, Yah is going to empower everything around him to tell him what? Because he has become that weakened dinosaur that can no longer go forth. The world is falling apart with Esau in charge. And they refuse to give up power, but it's not going to be able to go forth because it's not caring about who has the power. It just cares about that people want to live. People want to work together. People do want to grow their farms and lands and stuff. They want to go back to the original old days of doing things. Fishing and, gardening and, plucking watermelons out the ground and tomatoes and grapes. Right? Fishing and getting, they want to do these original things and trade that stuff with one another. Okay, you got fish? Okay, I got that. I got this. We can work together. With you, how much you need, how much we can work a deal. Right. And it's going to be as simple as that. And that makes Esau fall back because he doesn't have no room. That's what I mean. The devil has no place there. You hear me? Mm-hmm. The devil has no place there. A world of peace. All right. Now, what I don't want y'all to understand too, like I told you, it's going to be two mindsets. Yahusha already said his mindset is that he served the Yah, right? He came on the scene, his purpose, his namesake, he served the Yah. He served the heavenly parents. That is, think about the future of the heavenly parents. That is what they wanted, peace on earth. Esau does not give the world peace because it doesn't know how to let go of those dinosaurish ways. He always say to call it the belly of the what? Because Esau is just a beast. Now, I'm going to tell you what makes you a beast and what makes you a children of Yah. It's all hinged on this. Who destiny do you want? You want Yah's destiny, which ends in what? Peace, happiness, tranquility, everyone getting along happy. Or you want the beast destiny, which is I want to control my own what? Destiny, and I want to serve what? My own interests. That's the mark of the what? Beast. Because you're just serving your own what? Belly. You're not concerned about the will of God. You don't care that we call you careless. That is what separates the two of us. One who says, I want to control my own destiny. Anyone who talks like that, behaves like that, that's team mark of the what? Beast. You already have the markings of a beast because that's how a beast thinks. A beast has they just brute. They want to control everything. They want to rule everything. That's the marking of a beast. Beast-like instincts. Esau has a beast-like instinct because when it can't have its way, he goes on a straight what? Take mode, robber mode, thief mode, kill, murder mode, rip the shreds mode. That's what a beast does. But a civilized person knows how to what? Patience, love, work together, harmony, accord, art of the deal, willing to make a what? Right? We can have a conversation, right? Like two civilized people. It's not just one-sided. They don't know how to do that. So because of that, that's why he calls them type of people beasts. Because they don't compromise with nothing besides just what they want. That's a beast mind. It's an animal mind. Why is it a beast? Because we know that's the very thing that ain't going to heaven. That type of mindset. It dies here. So, just like Jonah in the belly of the beast, that's what he had to understand, right? Jonah didn't come out of the beast until he understood. That's what he let you know that you shall be taken from the what? The beast. You will be taken from the captivity of the beast, the mindset of the beast. Because that's the mindset. You gotta free yourself of that thought. I'm not here to be selfish. I'm not here to just worry about my own self and my desire. I have to follow what the will of Yah says. And that's why he says, for those who do so, you one day you're gonna see them there, next day you not. They're gonna be gone. Because where they went to go do? Huh? The will of Yah. That's why they left. You didn't want to do it, remember? You stay what? That's what when they talking about staying behind type, when you hear that stuff about who stayed behind, who left, you're gonna realize now what it was. It's almost like joining the army. Give it to you in real time. One day a person can be thinking and say, see that commercial on TV, join the USA, join the military, join the armed force, join the Navy. They look at it and they say, oh. Then they turn the TV off, walk off. And then they might go eat a bowl of cereal or something. And while they sitting there eating it, they start thinking about that commercial. They say, join, join, join. And then they see it again and get another confirmation somewhere else, join in. Right? Then they might even get met by somebody. And so all of a sudden they get that thought, I need to join. I need to join. Now, in the spirit, it is the same exact way. And normally what happens is that person goes in and enlist. And when they go and enlist, they have to leave they what? Loved ones what? Behind. Like, I gotta go. I have to go. And Pam, they cry, maybe throw a dinner from, something for them, something special. But they actually have to leave because they have to go serve. They have to go serve. Now, worldly wise, they're gonna go join, of course, the worldly armies, right? But we know in spirit that it's a different army that they leave to go join. But it's the same notion though. Right? Enoch left his family behind. He had to go enlist. Elijah, right? Yahusha, right? Peter. Not that you wasn't not gonna see them again. Remember, I told you it's not that you ain't gonna see them again. They had to go leave to get the what? The power. So I told they're not gonna cry and try to get you to come with them. They're not gonna beg you. They're not gonna please join me. Because remember, I told you the mature ones begin to understand it ain't about how many children you got. It ain't about how many supporters you got, right? It's always what's gonna be about your obedience. That when you heard, you did what you had to do, right? That is the maturity level that all of us have to reach. It's not about what such and such did over there or what they do. And that's what we saw, knowing that how childish that is. To sit there all day looking at somebody else, what they got going on, and just worrying about what such over to your left and to your right. When you need to be focused, what? On you. See, those who mature begin to understand that. It's to hell with them. But I need to make sure that I'm good. I need to make sure I'm doing everything I can do. Because remember, it's not given that any of them can be saved, right? Only y'all know who's going to be what? Saved. So with that being known, you can only do what you got to do to make sure that you can cover what? Your own self. That's what the versions did. The foolish versions and the wise versions. They covered themselves. Let me make sure I did what I got to do. And the other ones, they lights went out because they didn't care about what they needed to do. Light went out, meaning just you were blinded, meaning your light has dimmed because you can care less. So you rather prefer to do what darkness say do, meaning you prefer to follow Team Devil. And what is Team Devil? I'm telling you now what Team Devil is. Team Devil is when you decide that you want to control your own what? Mm-hmm. Whenever you get out of the word of Yah and say, I don't care what the prophecies say I need to do anymore. I just want to do me. And then that means you fall out of the will. You falling out of the inheritance. And you begin to walk your own path. Blaze your own path. That's what Esau did. That's why he said he sold his what?
Birthright.
Exactly. He gave that life the will of Yah. Birthright meaning his inheritance. What Jacob said he supposed to inherit? The word of what? So you are supposed to inherit the prophecy. That is your inheritance. That is your future. Esau denied the prophecy. I don't care about that. Threw away the prophecy and said, I'm going to do me from now on. And I'm going to blaze my own path. Now he coming to the end of his story. For choosing his own what? And everybody about to walk all on him. Like a doormat. They trying their last, this is how you know it's ending because they trying their last stand right here by getting Trump. That's how you know they know. that it's from the end for them. This is their last stand. He's their last hope. And that's where they went wrong at. Because you put your hope in what? A man, instead of putting your hope where?
Yeah.
See, even they foolishly did that. And he lied to them, telling them what they want. Yeah, put your hope in me. I got you. And he ain't got no intent. Because not that he don't have no intent, y'all ain't finna let him. That's the key. I'm going to be honest. He might have a whole book of what he think he finna to do. But y'all already know what's going to be done. The book says Esau falls. It didn't say he was going to save him. So that's what. So now you see the false hope. That's all he really is for them, is a false what? False hope. Because the Bible didn't say it. And then the Trump will come and they will live happily ever after. That's not in the Bible, is it? It's not. The Bible says Babylon falls. And Esau, what? Is destroyed. And it's the end of Esau and the beginning of Jacob. That's what the Bible says. See, if you focus on prophecy, then you'll know what's going to happen. That way you never be confused about what you think. Just because you see moves and plays carried out, you won't be never confused on what's really going on, right? See, when you know prophecy, you're not confused at the moves of Harrison and Trump. You're not confused of what's going on over there. Worry about that for what? When you got right here what's going to happen. That's how you can confidently say, oh, I already know. That's why we know. You don't see us ripping and running and falling and, oh, Lord, I got to commit. I got to join the side now. It's over. Yeah, but I guaranteed if you didn't know this, you would be. I guarantee you'd be confused, lost in the sauce, trying to figure out what's their next moves, like it really matters. Like it really matters. What matters is what this word say gonna happen. That's why I told you better start focusing on prophecies, right? All right. Now, being in the belly of the beast, we begin to understand. Go to Jeremiah 1, 4 through 19. Jeremiah 1, 4 through 19. He says, then the word of Yah came unto me, saying, before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. What belly you talking about? Belly of the beast? Okay, y'all with me? Before I formed you in the what? Belly of the beast. So where you was going to be formed at? In your captivity is where, see, right now was where your mind was going to start, wheels was going to start what? Turning. Why are you here? And before thou camest forth out of the womb, I what? Sanctified thee. See, before you even get out of this, Yah has to already sanctify you and approve you to what? Get out of this. How you going to be sanctified? Through the word. Exactly. You only clean because you heard and you did. Remember Yahushua when he washed the feet? Mm-hmm. Remember what he said? I'm cleaning you through my what? Words. Making your feet prepared for this work. You can't do it without this what? Word that's cleansing your what? Feet. You got to be sanctified. You have to be prepared for this work. Sanctified meaning you were prepared for it. While you was in captivity. See, y'all wasn't going to, see, we were thinking that we had to be here or be there. No, all of this was going to stir right where you was at. And I ordained thee a prophet unto the nations. See he's saying? So what he was getting sanctified to become? Because it's all about what? Prophecies. Exactly. Preparing you for what? Prophecies. You were going in your land. Now you get where you at today. See, this is that yesterday, but we talking about what?
Today.
See, this is your today. Preparing you for what? Prophecy. Because prophecy leads you to what? Forevermore. Exactly. Exactly. This is how you get prepared. This is the same verse, if you understand it by now, which I know y'all do. Ain't that Jonah? I prepared you in the belly of the what? That's Jonah. And then when he came out, what did he come out doing? Prophesying. Hey, right? To the other nation. This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to go down. This is how that's what it's going to be. That's how it always. And you're not prophesying. That's the whole point. We be so quick to go to the other nations. I want to talk to where's the Chinese man at? Where's the Asian man at? Where's the African man? Where's the Russian woman? Y'all weren't talking about them when he's talking about to the nations. No. Because there's only one person that's going to hear you. Remember I told you can't go to unbelievers. So that's why he wasn't talking about the other nation. Who he was talking about? The lost sheep of what? That are amongst what? The other what? There you go. Because when they hear it, they going to agree. They going to know. That's what time it is. The other people ain't going to hear that. They not, remember he said my word is not what? It's not in them. So they're not going to hear it. Word is prophecy. He said that prophecy is not what? It's not in them. So when they hear it, it goes in what? Meaning don't budge. But those who hear the prophecy, we said, beautiful are the feet of those who come and preach the gospel. See, that's the gospel. That's the gospel you preaching to them. People get confused with what the gospel is. The gospel you preaching to them is that the gospel of, did you know, my brother, my sister, this is what's going to happen? And you are connected with that? And that's what gave them great cheer to understand, oh, you mean I have a future? I have a life. I now have what? Purpose. I needed to know I had what? Purpose out here. Now you do. And that purpose is your hope. You fulfill it, you are out of here. And the poor needed to what? Hear them words. They needed to, and they will hear it. But it's only given to Yah's people. Now let's read this one. Jeremiah 1, right? He says, so 6 says, then said I, Lord, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. Remember? Because he said that's how you start off as a child, but you have to what? Become a what? And put away what? Childish. So that's what he was saying. That's the state he was at. He says, but the Lord said unto me, say not I am a child, for thou shalt go to all that I send you to. And whatsoever I command thee, thou shalt speak to them. You see? But he ain't sent it to them as a child. That's why he said, don't say to me you are what? Child. Because he going to send them as a what? Exactly. One that is what? Perfected. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with thee to deliver thee, says Yah. See? Be not afraid. Because sometimes our people, they can be so churlish. So that way I say, be not afraid to approach them. If I send you to them, don't be afraid to what? Approach them. Because that you're doing the will of Yah. Right? Then the Lord put forth his hand and touched my mouth. See? And the Lord said unto me, behold, I have put my words, what? So he gave them the prophecies. See, I have this day set thee with the prophecies. Now he has what? Set thee over the what? Nations and over the kingdoms. See, to what? To root out and to pull down and to destroy and to throw down, to build and to plant. You see that? He's finna tear down some and build up what? Some. With what? Just prophecy. Just the truth. Because remember, it's gonna be that's the judgment. You either team will of Yah or you team what? I'm just gonna control my own what?
Self-righteous.
My own destiny, right? Self-righteousness. If you say I'm in your heart, when he's trying to tell you that you need to do the will of Yah, and you say, well, now I prefer to do my own will, then you have clearly just separated yourself, right? That would mean it's going to be a clear to root out, to pull down, and to destroy, and to throw down them, cast them down, whoever that takes that side. When you bring it to them. That would say, at that point, then dust your feet out because you didn't know what. It's going to be tough for them now. It's going to be tough for them now because they already, you done just spoke the words. They didn't want to hear it, but now they done just heard it. And what Yah said in his word don't come back what? So from the time they just heard it, from that day forth, if they proceed to continue in that path, right, they ain't going to have too much longer to go. But those who hear you begin to take on the will of Yah, they're going to carry on. Because it's the will in itself that keeps them what? Going. Think about it. It's not you who keep yourself going. It's what? The will of Yah. It's what keeps you going. We said, honor your mother and father for your days what? So it's through honoring those words that keeps you going every day. That's what's going to keep you going. That's what's going to give you your strength in your body, the wind in your breath, just to understand, continue in the will. I'm going to now be fine. Right? No matter how rough it get, I always say, when you around some people, don't worry about how it may what? Look. Walk by faith and not what? Faith is word too. Walk by word and not by what? Sight. Stop being afraid of people. Of course, you're going to try to go this route. And of course, an Edomite going to jump out and say, where you going? And you're going to look at Edomite and say, get out of my way. What? Get behind me. Right, I got what? My people, I got work to do. I got work to do. You keep it moving. Don't let that devil delay you, tarry you, nothing. You move on. You keep going. Right? This is it. Moreover, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Jeremiah, what seest thou? And I said, a rod of an almond tree. Then the Lord said unto me, see, hast well seen, for I will hasten my word to perform it. That would say I began to see an almond tree, the rod of an almond tree. He's talking about the root of David coming back in the earth, which we know is going to be Yahusha, right? And his sons and daughters, right? He said, I begin to see a tree taking root. And he said it was an almond. What? An almond tree. Who would want to look like an almond tree out here? Who look real almondy? They said on Martin. Who looks real almondy? Hebrews, right? Then said the Lord unto me, 13, and the word of the Lord came unto me a second time, saying, what seest thou? And I said, a seething pot, and the face thereof is toward the north. And the Lord said unto me, out of the north an evil shall break forth upon all inhabitants of the land. For lo, talking about the Edomites. That's the seething pot. Pot means a pot that's on simmer. Everything you throw into it is getting what? Simmered down. That's how we are. We get thrown into the pot. Babylon is that pot. Mixing all that. That's how we get the, how to say the gumbos and stuff. Because they believe we're throwing all nations in one what? One pot. That's Babylon, right? For lo, I will call, 15, for lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, says the Lord, and they shall come, and they shall set everyone his throne at the entering of the gates of Jerusalem. So now, he said he's going to let all of them set their thrones at the entering of the gates of Jerusalem, and against all the walls thereof round about, and against all the cities of Judah. Now, he said he's going to allow these other nations to come and set their thrones against the gates of Jerusalem. Then we got to talk about thrones, right? Thrones. And they're going to be set against the gates of Jerusalem. I mean, if they're going to try to prevent, that's what I'm talking about Esau trying to prevent the word from what? Going out, right? My question to you guys is, what is throne? What is a throne?
so. For a king. King sits on the throne.
Mm. Mm.
A throne?
Yeah. THRONES. Or throne without the S. Just throwing it out.
I know it's where you sit at.
Mm. Yeah, because it said Yah sits on the throne.
It's where you comfort, right? So like
Mm-hmm.
your comfort spot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What is the throne in heaven? Mm-hmm.
Is it a gate? Is it a gate?
It is a gateway for sure. It's a gateway. You're right. In the spirit, okay. It's a gateway.
The people.
Yep. There you go.
Yes, it's comfort. People.
Yeah. Because actually, I don't think we ever looked up. These one of those secret words too that no one ever looks up. Remember I told you about pandemonium? Mm-hmm. No one ever looks up thrones because we just assume we know what it means. But let's look it up. Mm-hmm. We ain't doing nothing. Let's just see. Hmm? What are y'all getting when y'all read up death?
The special share used for kings and queens.
Let me see. You just typed in throne?
I just typed in throne.
With the S.
That was nice.
Yeah. Special chair for a king.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But look at that question right there.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. So what are called thrones?
Angels. Never knew that.
Angels are called thrones.
They are carriers of the throne of Yah.
In Wikipedia, look up thrones. It's another word they hide.
It's the Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that.
You saw it, huh?
Yeah, I saw that. Angelology.
Yeah, thrones are actually called angels. A class of angels. These are the ones, they call it thrones because these are the ones, the angels that sit the closest to who?
Yeah.
Exactly. I always say Yah sits upon his what? Throne. Talking about angels. Mm-hmm.
I knew it was people. I knew it was people because throne was like a comfort spot.
Mm-hmm.
Comfortable, God's comfort is people.
Right. Another word for them is the what they call them, the will of Yah. Mm-hmm. The chariots of Yah. You ever heard about the chariots? Chariots of Yah. That's why they hold on to Yah's will.
Oh yeah.
That's why he called them the thrones. He said when Yah sits upon his thrones, he sits upon the angels. These are the messengers. These are the ones who relays all Yah's what? Yeah. See, these are the ones that come visit man. That's why he called them thrones. These are the ones that Yah sits on, expresses what he wants, and they relay it to the world. They relay it to the ones who are next in line to hear it, and they are relayed to the other ones that are next in line. Because Yah is always building up angels. Man becomes angels. Now, in order for him to do it, he has to fully teach you. That's why I say for those who sit on. That's why Yahushua was called up to the what? To the throne. Exactly. And he sat at the throne. It's not a chair per se. And I had to understand that too, because everything with Yah lives. So even the chair would what? Think about it. There's nothing sitting dormant in heaven. So even when we think it's things like a chair in heaven, it wouldn't be no chair. It'd just be something that lives. Right? So ain't nothing up there dead. Think about it now. He's not talking about furniture. Thrones are the ones that are very dear to Yah. These are angels that are in heaven. They hear everything that Yah commands and make sure that it gets carried out. That's why they call them the chariots of Yah. When those angels. These are the same ones that he said Yahushua gonna come back riding on the what? The cloud, the chariots. Yahushua too. Why? And he said, and what did he come to do? To carry out what? In the will of Yah. So these ones make sure that the prophecies are what? Are fulfilled. They make sure of it. They make sure. Right? So I just want y'all to see that going forth. So now you understand that these are the thrones. Right? And he says, now these people are going to try to set up their thrones against Jerusalem. Right? So we know that their thrones represent what? Angels. And remember we read in the first verse, he said how some of them transform themselves into what? Angels of the what? The light. And he said the devil transformed some of his people into what? So that what he mean? They would set up their thrones. Devils transforming themselves into angels of the what? Of the light. Against what? Israel. Listen. 16, and I will utter my judgment against them, though, touching all their wickedness. 16, who have forsaken me. So what is he saying right there? What did they have forsaken? His word, exactly. So you got ministers out here teaching us not to do what? The will of Yah. That's what he's telling. And they're against who? Jerusalem, because Jerusalem is the one that's set to fulfill what? Prophecy. So that's why they gotta keep us what? Busy. Preoccupied. Because remember, they are the inheritors. Remember, I just read to you how he said Jacob is the inheritor. He's the lot that is the inheritor of Yah's what? Word. See, that's what I mean. Yah are the angels that receive what? Yah's what? Word. And it must be what? Carried out. So their goal is to make sure you don't carry it out. Exactly. So they set their ministers to try to manipulate you into worrying about, first they tell you, we with y'all. That's the first lie. We all together in this. That's that first lie. We children of God too. Right? That's why they put the money in God. We all together in this. We one big happy family. Right? That's the first lie. So that you wouldn't separate yourself what? From them, first of all. So that's to keep that line blurry. We all together. We all one. What you doing? That's Babylon, though. Mm-hmm. That's that pot that we said everybody throwing in the pot. We all together. That's that first lie. Number 2 lie they gonna try to tell you is that we don't care about prophecy. It's nothing we don't have to do that stuff, right? Or we all children of Yah, right? Meaning we already doing the will of Yah. Just walk by faith. Then they tell you that? Just have faith. That makes us all children of Yah, because we have what? Faith. Right? And so they tell you, period. Period. So that makes us we just one big happy family, period. But then, when you begin to read more, the scripture said, but faith without what? Is dead. And then they say, now they're starting to what? Wake up. Uh-oh. No, 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 no. No, no, no. You ain't have to do nothing else. You just supposed to just chill with us. Terry, what? With us. Just what are you doing? No, 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 no. We just by faith. We just all you have to do is just believe. And that's all you have to do. You ain't got to do nothing else. And he says, but the devil believes. But that's all he what? He does. He ain't gonna do nothing. He's not gonna fulfill the word though. So now you understand, oh snap, that's something else I had to do. But he tells you. So before you get to run around like Martha and Mary, before you get to run around, say, well, what do I gotta do? He said, wait. Sit down. I'm gonna tell you what you can do. Take this word in, receive it, receive these prophecies. As already what? Written. So you don't have to try to figure out what new thing you need to do. This thing is from old. It's been here. It's written already. And it was written for you. Before the foundations of the world began, it was already written and created for you to make it very easy and simple for you. I've written it. All you have to do is what? Carry it what? Because remember, once you do it, it makes the book what? Pages begin to what? Turn. Right? See, that's the turning of the wheel. It only turns once you begin to what? To do it. So that's why you wonder why you feel like you stuck on page 3. Yeah, because that's all you stuck on. You ain't never did nothing since page 3. In the beginning was the word. That was it. You stuck. You ain't moved since that. God said, let there be light. Okay, good. That's it for you. You ain't did nothing since you bit the apple. Right? You done missed all the other books of scripture. We all remember that you ain't did nothing since then besides bit the apple. You say, oh, I remember that day. That's it. But he done gave you the way to recover and all that good stuff. And you just said, well, I remember biting that apple. That I remember. Yeah, that's the whole point. The devil put you to what? Sleep afterward. That's what he did. They put you... Yeah, you didn't know not to do nothing else. And that's what you've been doing all the rest of your life. Sleepwalking. Then he said, but all of a sudden a great light came to wake up my what? People. Wake them up. Let them know they got something they need to be doing. And it's already written for you to be fulfilled. That's why I say self-righteousness ain't going to get you nowhere. You can't do it yourself. We say, with man is what? Impossible for you to create your own destiny and think you're going to survive through your own destiny. That's why I said, for it is written. Remember every time Yahushua hit him, he said, for it is written. Let's go there right quick. We got to get him. You know, Yahushua, he wasn't playing with him. Yahushua was never playing with him. We got tired of that devil. Where we at? It's fine. Matthew 4, 1 through 11. Mm-hmm. So that child, even that's why he said, Yahushua said, I am the way. I'm just going to break to show you what you need to do. I make it very simple. That's why he said, follow me. Then Yahushua was led up of the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted of the devil. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, he was afterwards a-hungered. See, what is his hunger? What? For his teachings. Ain't that your soul desire, it longs for just having something to do, don't it? See, that's that hunger he talking about. Now you begin to get it. And that hunger don't come from what you find in the icebox, do it. You get that all day long, you still back to that thought again. Like, dang, man, I wish I had something to do. I really just desire to do something that'll mean something out here. And I really just want to do something that'll be meaningful for my life. That's that hunger he talking about. Everyone, all of us have it. But we never know how to satisfy it. What can I do? So that's why I say more than they begin to try to figure out. Well, let me try this. Let me try that. Let me try this. And they be like, no. You don't need to do none of those things. I just got this little short list of 5 little things you need to do. And that'd have been fulfilled. And you would have felt that satisfaction of fulfillment. And then you wouldn't have been fooled. That would have said, my people be filled with what? righteousness, and they was going to be filled. They were going to be satisfied. Like, dang, all I had to do was that, huh? This stuff could have been over. That's what they're going to realize, how quickly it could have been over if they would have just did it. They went like, man, I had to go through that stuff. Like old people, man, I've been doing this stuff for 100-some years. Like, what does that mean? That mean you stuck? Because you should have been figured out a way out of this. That mean you stuck. Right? They don't, but they think they telling you that they think that they really saying something like that's an accomplishment. It's not an accomplishment for saying you've been stuck doing something for 100 years. You still ain't figured it out. That's what they say. You ain't figured out nothing. That's not an accomplishment. That you've been here 100 years and you still, and I didn't surpass you on what I need to be doing. See, I would say if the child surpass, I would say the children gonna come back and what? Judge their parents. Didn't it say that? Because if the child surpasses the parent in understanding, then they're gonna come back and look at the parent crazy. Like, you still here? They're like, nah, I'm about 100 something. Yeah. You still chipping away at that one little rock? Yeah. Hitting that same rock that keep regenerating. You chipping at it. Okay. He said, so therefore, when he was tempted, the tempter came to him. He said, if thou be the son of Yah, see, if you be a son of Yah, okay, then let's test you. Command these stones to be made bread, he says. And he answered, Yahushua answered and said, but it is written, you see right there. Where is it written at, though? In the what? In the Bible. So that must mean he was reading that same book, what? Two. So for those who say, I want to be like Yahushua, okay, then if you ain't reading this out of the Bible, where you getting it from? When you tell me I want to do my own destiny, is that Bible? Give me Bible, give me Bible. Right? Where you getting it from? Where you getting your teachings from? Right? Because if it ain't in the Bible, even Yahushua would tell you, I ain't getting nothing that was not in the what? In the Bible. It was written. He said, it is written, man shall not live by what? Bread alone. But how does man truly live? By every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of Yah. See, every word that proceeds, meaning he say something today, then he gonna say something what? Tomorrow. And then you need to do what he said today and what? Tomorrow to keep what? Going. Exactly. What is the word that proceeded out of his mouth? Prophecies. That's how man lives. He's telling them that that's how man lives. Man don't live off bread alone. Meaning, bread represents this. Huh? Bread represents what you did yesterday. Like that matters what? Today. People love to bring up their accomplishments of a yesterday, of the yesteryears, your glory days. Yeah, back in my days, I did this, I accomplished this, and I accomplished that, and I accomplished this, and I got this degree on the wall, and I got that degree, and I got this plaque, and I got that trophy right there. And yes, and I got this medal around my neck and too, all these gold medals and stuff. And then they're gonna say, but the child gonna say, but you still here. But you still here. But all those achievements, you still here. What have you done? Because if you did all these achievements, y'all would have took you by now. You should be well on your way. Oh, you just waiting on the next books, huh? That's what you waiting on? The next one coming for you. Right? The next chariot. Nah. So that's why I said don't get caught up in all that. Because that's what we're saying. You don't want me talking about, well, I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I'm from a Hebrew camp. I'm from the tribe of Judah. I'm from the tribe of... That stuff what? It don't mean nothing. Do it. It don't mean nothing if one doesn't do the word of what?
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. Those old accomplishments don't mean anything. You might as well throw that stuff away. Because it's about what you do today. If you ain't listening to... He's telling you, it's not about that old stuff. Not about where you was born, who you the parents, a son, a daughter of, right? All that prestigious things you think gonna matter, it doesn't. I climbed Mount Everest. What? Okay, you climbed the mountain. What you want for that? I graduated 12th grade. Okay, good. But what do you want for that? Right? I had I had 40 kids. Okay, wow. But what do you want for that? You want kudos? You want what? Cookies? What are we passing out for that? Uh, I'm a dad and I took care of my kids. Oh, mhm. You supposed to do that? What you want for that, right? Oh, I'm a mom. I ain't raised my kid. Okay, yeah. They couldn't have did it without you. You're right. They wasn't supposed to. You are the parent, right? Who else supposed to raise them? So it's stuff like that that we want kudos and accomplishments for. And those things, that's what he said, man don't live by what? Bread alone. We can't worry about that stuff we did back in the days or what we accumulated. Even if you got $1 million back in the days, okay, will it last you going forward? Right? It does, right. Because these are the things that doesn't matter to y'all. That's what he explained to the devil. These things don't matter to y'all. Tell me what does matter. Because all that stuff, you can bring all that to y'all. What you think that's going to get you in heaven or keep you smooth up out of there? Right. So y'all ain't trying to hear that. That's why I told when you do get to heaven, just be quiet and say, I'm not worthy. All I did was what was my what? My duty. Remember, I did only what I was what? Supposed to do. So prophecy is something I was what? Supposed to do. I can't be up there like, you better get me. I did this and that. You're like, well, I know. That's what I commanded you to do from day one. You the one was being disobedient. You the one was rebellious. And it wasn't for me bringing you back until you would have continued on being rebellious. Now, get on up out of here since you want to talk about what you done did. Like you got yourself here. That's another self-righteous. That pride, don't even bring it to y'all. Just humble yourself because you know that you didn't do anything. If you did wake up, it was who woke you up.
Yeah.
It wasn't you. You don't even have power. That's why he had to write everything down for you because he knew you were going to forget it anyway. Right? That's why he had to put it in your heart because he knew you was going to what? Forget. So don't think you did anything for y'all. Y'all did everything what? For you. So therefore, it's nothing to boast about. It's nothing to boast about. That's what it means. It's nothing to boast that you finally did be obedient. Right, you gonna boast. Like I did it. Okay, you was what? Supposed to do. What is that? What do you get for? Now you're gonna make me remember when you didn't do it. That's what you're gonna do. If anything, you ain't gonna make me be happy that you finally did by boasting. Now I just remember how rebellious you used to be. That's what it makes me remember. When you want to get to popping off about what you finally did. And I'd be like, yeah, you did finally do it. Finally. Yeah. Finally. That's what I remember, the finally part. It ain't that when you want to tell me, yeah, I did it. I finally did it anyway. Yeah, I did it. Okay, yeah, the finally. That's how I'm thinking, finally. Not that, kudos. No, finally. That's what he's saying. That's how y'all gonna look at it. Like, finally. And what is that reward you on when you only deal? You coming back from losing, right? You wasn't winning the whole way through. You coming back from a loss. So that you were supposed to win anyway. So I can't command you on winning a fight that you were supposed to win. Right? Like you did something. Now I can reward you if you're an underdog in a fight. And you like David versus Goliath, I can commend David because David did something that nobody expected him to do. But can I really commend Goliath if he beat David?
No.
Because I'm like, well, really? You were supposed to do that, right? What reward is that? You come like, yeah, I beat David. Yeah. Like, yeah, a big person, a giant beat a little guy. Okay. Yeah. Right? What reward is that? Right? So 5. So then the devil taking him, when he realized that didn't work, he said, okay, well, the devil take him up to the holy city and set him on a pinnacle of the temple. Pinnacle is the very, the point of it, the very height. Mm-hmm. And he says, now the temple that he put him on top of is the temple of Jerusalem. This is his people. So he was let him be known that he is the leader of his what?
People.
That's why he took him there. So the thing, the devil was trying to deceive him, right? Always was trying to deceive him. So he actually took him to his post and what? Position, didn't he? He took him there. This is just, he said a holy city. There's only one holy city out there that is truly holy was Jerusalem. So he set him on top of Jerusalem, the city, the church, the congregation, and said unto them, so okay, if you be the son of, always if you be, then cast yourself what? Down from here. Why would he put you there and then tell you to cast your, meaning give up the position? For it is written. So he want to come back now. Well, I got one for you too. For it is written, he shall give his angels charge concerning thee, and in their hands they shall bear thee up, lest at any time you dash your foot against a stone. Now, it is actual scripture that says that. But remember, I just read to y'all in Jeremiah how he says, now the devil will set up his thrones against the gates of Jerusalem. Mm-hmm. See, that was his thrones, right? These are his ministers, angels of the devil, right? That's trying to use the same words to what? Twist them up so that he can fall. That's what he said the devil does. He sent his own ministers what? At you. Wolves and what? Sheep. Right? Angels, demons transforming themselves as angels. Trying to convince you to do the wrong thing, thinking that it's good because of the appearance of them, right? And so he said, yeah, well, it is written too that if you, he shall give his angels charge concerning you. Man, his angels shall be over you. In their hands they shall bear you up, lest at any time you dash your foot against a stone. Meaning, this is another trick. Self what? Right. No. But if he tell him to cast himself down, ain't that suicide? Oh, yeah. See, now you got to read between the lines what he was telling him to do. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Don't worry, y'all gonna bring you back. You an elect, right? See, that's why the devil get you to go work for these other nations. Tell you to put in all that hard work. Y'all gonna bring you back, right? So knowingly kill yourself. Knowingly. But when you know better, how they say, if you know better, you what? You do better. That's what it said. He put him on the pinnacle so he began to see who he was. So the devil gave him a glimpse of the what? The future. This is who you are. You are the leader of your people. But why be that? Cast yourself down. Why be that? Why worry about them, right? Don't worry, y'all bring you back. Why? Why he wanted to cast himself down? So who can take that chair? Who wanted that chair? The devil. That's what he said. So stop helping your people. See, that's that throne he's talking about. Because that's the only way. So now you understand the thrones are angels that what? Messengers who what? Help you, don't they? The Lord helps you in your time of need. He'll send his angels to come and relay things to you. That's how you start becoming. Remember he said you can be in the midst of your captivity and then y'all right there will start making your wheels what? Turn. That's what he's talking about. So he said, but cast yourself down, of course, so I can take that seat. But Yahushua said to him, it is written, thou shalt not what? Tempt the Lord your what? The Lord thy Yah. So when is the other time that he said that thou shalt not tempt Yah? He spoke that too. That you never supposed to what? If he said cast yourself down, I'm going to give y'all something spiritual. Never take a lesser position. Whatever y'all told you are, that's who you what? Who you are. Don't let people try to come in your life and make you feel lesser than what? Who you what? Who you are. Who you are. See, he was telling them that don't worry, y'all will always bring you back. to your mindset. But it's not always so, is it? Because sometimes you let people get in your head, and do they always make it back to their right state of mind? Not a lot of us. See, if you let people come into you and tell you that you a murderer, and you start believing that, right? Or you a thief, you ain't gonna be nothing, you ain't gonna never be nothing. See, that's that stuff to take a lesser what? Position. Remember that what he told you? I tell people, just because another person tell you that you that, you don't have to wear that jacket. You hear me? You don't have to wear that. Well, they said this is what I was gonna be. I might as well. I used to tell people, don't fall for that one. People gonna call you all type of names, right? But don't what? That's what the fall right here. That would mean cast yourself down. That's the falling part. When you start falling for other lesser positions that people hand you, that ain't who you really are according to the Spirit. See, he know he was a king. He was not going to cast himself down to let somebody else promote themselves in his position, and he take a servant. I'm going to go out here and just... Yah says no, because that is who you are. You don't... He said, I am what? That's who you tell him. I am what? Who I am. Now, I'm not going to... Just because you want me to be lesser than myself, that don't mean I am. See, that's what he was saying. The devil wanted him to be of his imagination. I know this who you is, but I prefer you to be less than nothing. So take my word for it. Be what I want you to be. But I told you, you don't fall for nobody's fantasy of what you are. You hear me? You don't fall for nobody's imagination of who you are. See, somebody look at you be like, yeah, I see, you from the ghetto. That's what I see. You don't have to fall to nobody's narrative of who you are. Because who narrative you are you? You of Yah's will, aren't you? So who Yah say you are, that's who you are. Don't fall for other people trying to make you seem lesser than yourself, because that's how they weaken you. They have to weaken you by trying to get in your what? Your mind and in your head. That's how they do it. The devil feel like if I can cast your mind down, then I can cast your what? Your body. They attack the mind first, and then they can try to destroy the body by putting thoughts in your mind. Some people say you ain't gonna never be this, or you ain't gonna never be that. It doesn't go into effect until you what? Believe it. It don't go into effect until you what? So remember that. It don't go into effect unless you what? So you ain't supposed to what? You supposed to believe what? Walk by faith and not by what? So you work by the will of Yah and not by the will of what? Man. See, you're going to trust me, you're going to realize that this fight is going to be against parents, sons, daughters, friends. You know, everybody wants you to become what they want you to become, but you must become what Yah wanted you to what? That's who you better make sure you becoming out here. And do not let yourself fall to a lesser version of you. You hear me? Because that lesser version ain't going to make it into the kingdom of heaven. Right. They tell me, somebody can call me a punk right now, and I ain't a punk unless I what? Believe it. And then I begin to say, well, I guess that's what they call me. I guess that's what I must be then. That's what I am. No, it's only if you let that get in your what? But they going to call you all type of names. I'm telling you, take my word for it. They going to call you everything. How they say it? They're going to call you everything but a child of what? That's how you know you're a child of what? Exactly. See, that's how you know you're a child of Yah, because that's the one thing they won't call you. They call you everything else. Yes. So that's why they love to try to throw them titles out there. I just want you to be this, be that, be that. But you ain't supposed to never take a lesser version of what Yah showed me. Never take a lesser version of yourself than who Yah wanted you to be. Yah didn't call you to be that. If you're a king and a queen, it ain't about the clothes you wear. It's not about, what they try to say you is and what they want to label you to be. You know who you are. And you remember that, right? Of course, it ain't about what they think, is it? And it's going to clearly be made known too, ain't it? When that day come, too, when the saints go marching in, then they gonna know, oh, yeah, they was what they was. Right? That's what you ain't supposed to have doubt. Don't let people put doubt in you. That's what they want. So he said, so that's tempting Yah. Learn that. That's what's called tempting Yah. Is ever when you take a lesser version of yourself. You are tempting Yah. Because Yah, that's what he said. They ate and drank and then they begin to play. Play means like playing dress up. Dress up means they started taking lesser positions because they started playing as kings and what? Queens. They started being what the other nations were. That's called dress up for Yah. Why? Because that's not who they are. Right? I want to be a police officer. I want to be a judge. And when you go wear the most silly costumes, you done took a lesser what? Version of yourself. You don't take a lesser position in what Yah has chosen you to be. I don't care what they want you to be. Hey, that's the tempt Yah. I'm telling you now. Write it down if you need to know. How do you tempt Yah to make him destroy you? Become a lesser version of yourself. And Yah will destroy you. If they try to tell you to even get on the stripper pole or try to become that ain't who you is, you better not become that. That's not who I am. But of course, devils are there to try to talk you into stuff to become things that you're not. That's what a minister of Satan is. A devil of Satan is to try to convince you to become something you're not. That's what a devil is. To keep you from what? Becoming, right? Because you're supposed to become whatever the will of Yah called you to what? To be. So a minister of Satan is to try to do the opposite of that process. Run you away from that to become something else. That way, you and Yah ain't gonna never be on the same page. For them, good. Thumbs up for them. If you and Yah ain't never on the same page, they love it that way. It gives the devil another day down. Again, 8. So the devil taking him up on an exceedingly high mountain. Now he take him to another place. So he done left his own. So where do you think he finna take him next? If he done left his own, where is he going next? Huh? Going to his. Now he going to the devil's children. Now, right? See, look, you gotta peep the game. Again, the devil take him up to another exceedingly high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world. Now, so that's all the devil's children. That's all of them. See, I don't want you to be over yours, but come on, babies, precious babies, y'all, precious and innocent, yellow, black, and white. We all the little children of the world. Right? Now he brought in all of these. When you start seeing all these different other skin colors and stuff coming in, yeah. And he said, and glorify of them. See the devil and said unto him, see, these my babies. He said, so all of these things will I give you now, if thou will fall down and worship me. See, I will let you rule over mine. Then said Yahushua to him, get thee what? Hence, Satan. Get thee behind me what? Satan. See, there you go. It is written. Thou shalt worship the Lord thy Yah, and him only thou shalt serve. So two things. Two things. Because the devil offered him two things. What did he offer him in that last one?
For him to be over all of his people.
To be all over his people, right? And then number 2, to worship him. Yeah. So he answered both of those in what he spoke. Listen, let me break it down. He says, so get thee behind me, Satan, right? First of all, for it is written, thou shalt worship the Lord thy Yah only, right? See, that's speaking to him. When he talking about fall down and worship me, right? Worship me. And he said, but the only person you should worship what? Is Yah. So that means you're only supposed to be fulfilling the will of what? Yeah. Not the devil's what? Will. So you don't bow to the Satan. So then, secondly, then he spoke about the people. You gotta catch it. Because Yahusha called it. First, he tried to act like he was going to set him up over them people. But Yahusha didn't say it like that. What did he say? And him only shall thou serve. So what was he going to do if he would have went over them other people, nations? He was going to have to do what to them? Serve them. Ah, you caught it? It was a trick. If you see it, they ain't going to respect him as nothing over them. They were going to put him to what? They were going, yes. Yeah, exactly. That's what he recognized. Like, nigga, you ain't finna put me over your people. Your children can't even stand my what? My guts. So if I even go over there with your people, they ain't gonna do number what? Kill me. They gonna crucify me anyway. And put me to heavy labor. Because he knew, only person you shall serve, you ain't supposed to serve the mother what? Nations of what? That's what he's saying. Only Yah you support. You ain't supposed to serve the devil's children. Or the devil. That's what he's saying. We don't serve other nations, people who, we don't serve what? Unbelievers. That's what he's saying. We don't serve, but we do serve who? The first set of children he pulls over. Remember? That's why he told him to cast yourself down from here. Now, I don't need you to worry about your people. Cast yourself down, but I got these people. And remember, cast yourself down. That's why he went into the next one, talking about, now I got another place to show you. That's the casting down to the children of what? Him. Not serve them. And he said, but his promotion is what? Up there. He ain't supposed to be serving these. He's supposed to be serving what? Them up there. That Jerusalem, his people. Waking them up. Not them. Because they unbelievers. They ain't gonna never do right. That's why the same time I go serve them. Don't serve your own. Go serve them. Cast yourself down from serving them. Go serve them over there. Now, this high mountain, we know is called the throne. It's called the throne. It's that's high mountain. Now, why did Yahushua want to cast him down from that mountain? It goes into prophecy, really. Because the prophecy is that he was going to rule over his what? His people. He was going to help them. But the devil wanted him nowhere near there. Nowhere. So he revealed the prophecy. The devil actually revealed something too that was very important. What did he reveal? Talking about thrones. Why y'all said I always told Yahushua? Okay. Go Psalms 110. Psalms 110. We always read this, but we kind of skim over it. Let's break it down. It says, Psalm of David. The Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand until I make thy enemies thy what? Footstool. The Lord shall send the rod of his strength out of Zion. Rule thou in the midst of thy enemies. Where is he ruling at?
Zion.
He's ruling in Zion. And he says, and rule in the midst of what? You know, because no, they don't want him to get, they don't want him to reach that place. Right? That's why y'all say, sit thou at my right hand until I make your enemies your what? Because they don't want him going to that place. And he says, why? Because it's the key, 3. Because then the people shall be willing in the day of thy what? Power. In the beauty of holiness. From the womb of the morning, thou hast the dew of thy youth. The dew represents the word. Dew is water, right? Water of the word. So he's telling him that once he gets to this place, then the people will be what? willing. Who are the people he talking about?
The people of Israel.
The people of Israel. See here, now that's that mountain we talking about. That's where he had to go. I remember he said I had to leave and go to a place and prepare a place for you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the place he had to go. So he had to go prepare a place where he had to sit, meaning he had to go to this place and make a stand. Because he had to do some fighting. He said, sit here until what? I make what? Until they submit. So he not talking about just sitting there and just waiting. Okay, yeah. Okay. 30 more minutes. Sit mean he had total war. Sit, meaning do not be what? Moved. Now, how can he not be moved? Because he's going to have to fight to what? To stay there. Because they're going to be trying to get him to what? Get off of there. Remember the devil said, cast yourself what? Get off of this place right here, because if you sit there, then the people what? Going to be what? Willing. In the day of your what? Power. Because remember he said he was not going to cry. He was not going to beg. But he was going to go to a place where he was going to get the victory over the devil that was going to make everybody else say, oh, snap. Oh, snap. He doing it. That was going to make the people saying, he don't need your help. We need what? Then they going to be willing in the day of his what? Power. Sit on my right hand. David refers to himself. He said, the Lord said unto my Lord, sit thou at my right hand. He's not talking about the Lord. The right hand he's talking about is his right hand. Sit on my right hand until I make your enemies your what? So his Lord, his strength, his power, his rock is now one with him. And he's fighting until his enemies is what? Made his footstool at this particular place. This particular place, they call it ground zero. This is that mountain. This is Mount what? Zion. This is Mount Zion. He's fighting on Mount Zion. And he says the devil's going to try to get him removed off of Mount what? Because he's saying the devil knows if he fights on Mount Zion, it's going to wake up what? The people. And here comes what? The cavalry. So they don't want him to get here. That's why he said, rule in the midst of your enemies. They don't want him to go here. They want him to stay with them. But he has a place he has to what? To go. They always say, I go my way. Where is he going? Mount what? To go do what? Valley of what? Jehoshaphat, so that he could what? Prepare to what? Prepare to fight. And the Lord has sworn, see? And will not repent. So the Lord has already sworn and will not repent that thou art priest forever after the order of what? Melchizedek. Priest means warrior. We know that. Priest is just like an officer. Because he's now the son of Yah fighting all them people. And he said, and the Yah won't even repent. Meaning I ain't finna stop him. He's not gonna stop him until what? His enemies become his what? So that means Yah will be there. That way say, how you know? Because they in the day of his power. The day he reaches that place is the day he receives his what? And when he gets the power of Yah, he going to work. Mm-hmm.
So I was when you told you, I think it was in Moscow or something like it was either that or but that Joe had another vision.
Mm-hmm.
about his, his brothers being separated on
Mm-hmm.
planks, like settled planks
Mm-hmm.
in the water,
Mm-hmm.
and they have to meet their father
Mm-hmm.
Isaac. Well, no,
Jacob.
Jacob on the island, and he was waiting for them.
He was waiting for him.
Yeah, and they got to him.
When they got to him,
Was that like
it is the same exact vision. She's referring to the vision of that the sons seen of he said Jacob and them his sons got separated. They had jumped on the ship. Remember we read about that in the lost books. He said their sons had they said that Judah had jumped on the moon, right? And Levi had jumped on the sun. And then they said they all jumped on a ship, came for them, and they all jumped, all 12 of the brothers jumped on the ship, right? And it says, but then and Daddy too, but it said, but as the ship got going, Daddy disappeared off the ship. Jacob disappeared off the ship. And then it says, then the ship gets shipwrecked. And they all was floating on aboard a piece, right? And it says, but they all end up floating back home to Jacob that was on the shore. And they all joined back with their what?
Right.
Their father. That is the same parable of this right here. Because when Daddy Jacob is on the mountain, that's what's going to make the other children of Israel what? Come.
Yeah.
See, that was the only thing that was going to make them understand. See, they didn't understand when people try to talk to them. They don't understand when people that were y'all say, I know my people are stubborn and stiff-necked. They don't listen. So that's why he said, I will not cry. I will not shed a tear. I will not beg. I'm just going to go my what? Go my way. And where he appears is what's going to wake them up. He's going to appear on Mount Zion, ready for war. And he's going to deliver war. Right there. And once he deliver war, that's when everybody going to want to what? Come back. Okay, yeah, there you go. That's what they needed to what? To see. It was, they said, in the day of his power, that's when they will be what? Willing. That's why they don't never want y'all to return to certain places. They don't want y'all to go back to certain places. But those are the places that a war is raged. And the Lord, 5 says, and the Lord at thy right hand shall strike through kings in the day of his wrath. See, that's how you know he was talking about David's right hand. Because David represents a king of Israel. That's what he said when Yahushua came on the pinnacle. They said, the Lord at your right hand. Who at right hand he's striking through? See, not necessarily David, because it still is Yahushua, but it's Yahushua in the flesh. Fighting. As a king, as David. And in 6 he said, and he shall judge among the heathens. He shall fill the places with dead bodies. He shall wound the heads over many countries. He shall drink of the brook in the way. Therefore shall he lift up what? The head. So he's telling you, he went right there to fight. He went right there to what? To fight. Go to because this is how Yah always has done it. This is also what they call the marriage supper of the Lamb. Now, Revelation is going to be very clear about how this stuff works. So let's go to Revelations 11. Now listen. This is how you know. Because when they return back to ground zero, this is where the most concentrated place of where the fighting will begin. That's why they don't want us. They kicked you out of a place and they told you they don't ever want you to what? Return to it. Why? Because they keep you amongst what? Your adversaries, right? They keep you out of the fight, right? That's how they keep you out of the fight. It goes on. Long as you out of the fight, they good. Long as you can hear it on the news, you what? That means you ain't in it. If you hearing it on the news, you what? 11. And there was given me a reed, like unto a rod, and the angel stood saying, rise and measure the temple of Yah and the altar, and them that worship therein. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not, for it is given unto the Gentiles, and to the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months. And I will give power, listen, and I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,260 days, clothed in sackcloth. Listen, these are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before the Yah of the earth. And if any man will hurt them, fire proceed out of their mouth and devour their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must be in this manner be killed. These have power to shut heaven, that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and having power over waters to turn them to blood, and to smite the earth with all the plagues as often as they will. Who you think these 2 are? Enoch and Elijah. Now, the question is, where are they? When they doing all this fighting. Watch this here. It's going to tell you. They have power to shut up heaven. Number 7. And when they had finished their testimony, the beast that ascended out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them and shall overcome them and kill them. Right? And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of that great city, which is spiritually is called Sodom and what? In Egypt, where also the Lord was what? See, this is a place where if you die here, you what? If Yahushua said when he crucified there, what happened to him? He rose. These 2 come to the same place. To the same place. And they gonna battle. They're not talking about just, no, they fighting. They talking about Enoch and Elijah come back to fight. I read that to you in the Lost books, didn't we? They came back to fight. And the devil gonna think that he got the victory over them, right? That's what's gonna make them all come out. And they of the people and the kindreds and tongues and nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves. And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them. See? They're going to make merry. They all coming out and shall send gifts to one another. What are they talking about? New positions, new promotions, new titles now. Oh, y'all Messiah dead now. So who y'all going to listen to? We got them. And because these 2 prophets tormented them that dwelled on the what? The earth. They was warned. After 3 days, though, and a half, the spirit of life from Yah entered into them, and they stood upon their feet. And great fear fell upon them which saw them. And they began to mock, it says in the Lost books. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, in a whirlwind, and the enemies beheld them. In the same hour was there a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell. And in the earthquake was slain of men 7,000, and the remnants were affrighted. And they finally what? And the remnant was affrighted, and what? And gave glory to the Yah of what? That's the elect. When they finally seen that fight, then they finally want to what? Now they want to do right. They seen the power because them 2 what? Got back up. And he said, so the second war was past, right? And how you know? That's all they needed to see. Now it goes into the because they was able to see that killed the separation. Listen, it killed the what? Separation. Of all of us. They just needed that to what? Then they began to what? Unite. Remember I told you they were broken up on boards and they had to all get back to Daddy Jacob, right? And when they came back, they became what? One. That's exactly what's going to happen. That's what the marriage supper of the Lamb is. It represents them becoming what? All the nations of Israel becoming what? One. Because once they seen that, they all came back and emerged back together saying, now we're willing to fight. We see that now that you got the power. Remember I told you, he said, I ain't going to cry. I ain't going to do nothing. I'm going to go on this mountain and get this what? Get this power. And then they going to see what time it is. That's what he means. I'm not going to beg. I'm not going to ask to help me. No, what? No, I don't need your help. I'm going to go to where help is really given. I'm going to go to a place where help is truly what? Given. Because y'all ain't going to help. But I'm going to go to where, who going what? And who? Who's that? It's y'all. Okay. So he said 14, so the second war was past, and behold, the third war come quickly. And the see, when they see that, they say, "Oh, whoa, it's time." Because that's the woe means it's time for what? War. And the seven angels sounded, and there was a great voices in heaven saying, "See, finally the kingdom of this world are become the kingdoms of what? Yah, and of Yahusha, and he shall reign forever and ever." So they finally came what? Together. The kingdom of the earth and the kingdom of what? Heaven. Yah and his kingdom finally became what? So they needed to see that event. And the 24 elders were sat before Yah on their seats, see thrones. Anytime you see the word seats, that mean what? Thrones. Angels fell upon their face and worship Yah, saying, "We give thee thanks, O Yah Almighty, which art and was and are to come, because thou hast taken to thee, see, the great power and has what? Reigned." They're telling you that he reigning now, because now all Israel is together, and that's all Yah wanted them to finally what? To do. They put away their differences and everything. They became one. They say, "You know what? It ain't about this, it ain't about that." No, we need to be a part of what? That right there. That's because they seen that the prophecy has been what? Fulfilled. Now everybody wants to join in on the what? The prophecy. Now we say, happy are those that see the dashing babies against stone. Now you see everybody want to get involved. Now they want, okay, yeah, because we see they guns can't kill them. Their weapons can't kill them because they tried it on them and they just got right back up. That's when they know, oh, they got the power. That's that power we needed to what? See. So therefore that united Israel. That had united all of the children of Israel, of Jacob, all his sons and daughters who refused it in the before times to even be a part of it, right? Now they wanted to what? Be a part of it. When they see that there is real power shown and on display. See, it was not about you asking them for help. Forget that. Go and get the what? Go get the help. The help is Yah. You don't need them. You need who? You need Yah. You go over there to the mountain, you go get Yah, you good. How you know it? Because that's the same thing Elijah did. He fought Jezebel and them, and then he went straight to that mountain. He went to that mountain. That's where he met Yah. He came right off that mountain with the power. It was time. And right at that moment, when he came off that mountain with that power, he came back to Jezebel and all of them, and they knew it was a wrap. It was a wrap because he came and got the what? He went to the mountain and got the power. That Moses went to. You're gonna realize they all gonna leave and go to this what? To this mountain. And then when they get to this mountain, y'all go. When he said when Moses came off the mountain, his face was what? Glowing and shining. Yeah, yes. When they come down, you're gonna realize they got the power. Okay, because they were playing with the people ain't gonna listen. They just not. That we said they stubborn, they what? Stiff-necked. And they ain't gonna help. There ain't no help to it. So this type of work has to be done what? Huh? On your what?
On your own.
Exactly. That's why he said, I go my way.
Yeah.
The way he said, dust the feet off, right? Now it's time for you to what? You got to show them now. Because they don't see it. They don't get it. They confused. They torn between the two. You go get it. You show them. Now he said, beautiful are the feet who come down with this. Because now they showed them the power. That Yah is the power. That's all they ever needed to know was that Yah had that power. It's not man, it's Yah. Man can't. If you think the man gonna help you get through this, you already deceived yourself. Man does not know what? Ain't no help. Man does not know what? Say it with me so you'll know it. Man ain't no what? He's not no help. But if you want help, go where?
To Yah.
You gotta go to Yah. So you can't be afraid. You ever seen the movies where you see these people who take these journeys and decide to go climb their little mountain and get to and you always wonder why they do that in the movie. Why everybody feel like they gotta take this little self journey for themselves to get on top of this mountain. But now you realize what mountain they're talking about. Mount Zion. To go get what? To go get that power. Forget everybody, because they're not gonna do it. But you get up that mountain, boo-boo, you got it. And you get up there because when you get there, of course, everybody they never wanted you there. How you know they didn't want you there? Because they already removed you far what? From it. Think about it now. Far away from it. And then they went over there doing all the junk they can do. He says now, So now he said, now you reign 18, and the nations were angry. See, they mad now. Why they mad? Because he got the power, and they know that all like you just seen the movie yesterday. What was it? What Wicked? See, when she came back with the power, the wizard was like, "Man, I ain't never had no power. You got the power. See, that's true. What? True power. What is true power? The power of Yah, not weapons, not an army. I don't need nobody. What he's talking about, you gonna realize, cast them to the side. If you ain't gonna help me, I'm finna to go do this. Matter of fact, I don't even want your help now. Stay where you at. I'm gonna go do this. That's how you have to look at it. Right. When that power hit, that's when all of them realized that what they thought was power is not power. It's not power is not in numbers. The power is not in money. The power is not in weapons, not in strength. That's not the power that they think is power. The power is when you go up there and Yah can show you what he can do with a few people. Yah show you what power look like. You see, it was only 2 of them out there, wasn't it? Y'all gonna show you what power look like, and you ain't gonna need all the armors and all that to prove nothing. If they say, if you come with all the numbers, you already prove you're weak. So that's why y'all say forget the numbers. What's the number one thing gonna make it? You want power? Be obedient. Obedience is what? Power. Obedience is power. That means you climb that mountain by your what?
Self.
And go get the power. Let them stay behind who think you playing. Let them stay behind who think they because he said, get away from what anyway? Exactly. Get away from them. Let them stay behind till that. That's what they said in the days of Noah, right? Nigga, he tripping. Nigga, Noah not that dog. And that nigga ain't even no water out here. And he building a boat. He building a boat. I ain't even no water out here. It ain't been number sunny days out here, baby. They didn't believe him, did they? Mm-mm. But he came back what? Then they want to believe. Look, can we ride with you? No. Nah. I'm good now. That would have meant he come back with it so he ain't got to beg. See, that's the whole point. Don't go begging unbelievers for anything. You go to the source. You know where you come from. You know the rock of your foundation. So therefore, you go there. That's what I mean, the rock, literally. The rock of your foundation. Where you came from. You go there. You'll find all you need. That's why he always told Jerusalem, he said, I'll bring y'all back to a land flowing with milk and what? Milk and honey. There was a such thing as a promised land that could bear you up. Look. And so then, 18, so the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come. In the time of the dead, see, that they should be judged, see, and thou shalt give reward unto the servants, the prophets, and to the saints, see, and them that fear thy name, small and great. And see, what is the reward he's going to give them? Power. Mm-hmm. For all those who what? Believe. And that power was given to them that they should destroy them, which what? Destroyed the earth. See? They was given power. So that you can't tell me this is going to be a command of Yah. Who ain't going to be willing in this day? They was given the command to destroy any and everybody who didn't want to do the will of what? Yeah. It's going to be cut down the middle. And the temples of Yah was open in heaven, and there was seen in the temple of the ark of his testament, and there was lightning, voices, and thunderings, and earthquakes, and great hills. Okay, now go to Revelation 19, since we're there. And after these things, I heard a great voice of much people in heaven saying, Hallelujah, salvation and glory and honor and power, see, unto the Lord our Yah. For truth and righteousness are his judgment, for he has judged the great whore. So who he finna judge? Babylon, Esau and them, which did corrupt the earth with her fornication. See, he taught everybody her thrones, right? And have avenged the blood of his servants at her hand. And again they said, Hallelujah, her smoke rose up forever and ever. And the 420 elders and the 4 beasts fell down and worshiped Yah that sat on the throne. See? Saying, Amen, Hallelujah. Now to the throne, we know that's representing his what? His angels, right? Messengers. Who are these? Those. See, these are those who gonna carry out what? The will of what? That's who they always were. Men become angels, whether you know it or not. But an angel is always made because this one will do the what? This is a man that becomes more than just a man. That's why he becomes an angel out there. When you can get back up from the dead, baby, you something different. You're more than just what they thought you were. Right? Listen to this. 6. And I heard as it were a voice of great multitudes, and as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of mighty thunder, and saying, Hallelujah. For now the Lord Yah omnipotent what? Reign. Not just potent no more, but omni what? See, potent means just one little kingdom. No, he said he became over all what? Kingdoms. Over all thrones, right? Listen to him. And he says, let us be glad and rejoice and give honor to him. See, for the marriage of the Lamb is what? Come. And his wife has made herself what? Ready. Yeah, you go. You see that? She made herself ready. And who is that? The elect, ain't it? She made herself, because now she see it. Now everybody want to what? Get themselves what? Together. Now they want to march in righteousness now. They all want to wear white. They want to come in right. Which is that was now they believers now. They realize that they ain't got no choice but to do this. Righteousness is nothing more but to fulfill what? Prophecy. So they were really, that's what they said. Now she has gotten herself what? Ready. Ready for what now? To fulfill what? Prophecy. And to her was granted that she should be arrayed in fine linen, clean and white, for the fine linen is the righteousness of the saints. And he said unto me, right, blessed are they now which are called upon to the marriage supper of the Lamb. And he said unto me, these are the true sayings of Yah. Now, where this marriage supper going to happen at? Mount what? There you go. You better know it. And I fell at his feet to worship him. And he said unto me, see that thou do it not. For I am a fellow servant and the brethren that are a testimony of Yahushua. Worship Yah, see? And the testimony of Yahushua is the spirit of what? Prophecy. See? Prophecy always what Yahushua represents. So the spirit is what? He just told you, you call it the spirit of truth, but he called it the spirit of what? That's why they just want to call it spirit of truth, because truth can throw you off of what he's telling you the spirit is. See, now you understand what they call it, the spirit of what? Prophecy. So if you say you got the spirit, but you ain't trying to do nothing that Yah say, then you don't have the what? The spirit. You're a liar. Because you just want to do what? I want to control my own what? Destiny. When you say that, you ain't got no spirit. That's what it gave people. That's what they had pride parades to represent. We're going to do our own. We controlling our own what? Destiny. But he's telling you what the spirit is. All right. So you see now it's the spirit of what?
Prophecy.
So when they say spirit of truth, you know truth represents what? Prophecy. What shall be. What is, because it's already what? It's already written. That's what the truth is. Everybody tell you about you better. You're going to do the truth. That's what the truth is. You're going to do what was already what? Written. That's the prophecy. Spirit of what? Prophecy. So don't forget that that's what that is. Don't just go by it. Well, I hear truth, but don't know what truth is. It only makes it true because someone already what? Said it. That's what makes it true. That's what makes it a prophecy, because Yah has already spoken it. Everything he said, I am the truth. Right? So he says this, and I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful, right? And what? True. In righteousness, he do judge and make what? War. Who you think coming on this white horse with all his armor on? His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. Because he's Lord of what? Lord and King of what? And he has written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called what? The word of what?
Yeah.
Prophecy. See, he's telling you what it is. When he comes down, he's rolling and he's riding in the name of what? Yah, which is prophecy. He's coming to fulfill what? He's telling you. That's why he said that's his name. He called the word of what? Because who called him out to do it? Yah. Fulfill my word. And his armies, which were in heaven, see, that's the throne, followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. Out of his mouth will go a sharp sword. See, that's that spirit. That it should smite the nations. And he shall rule them with a rod of what? Iron. He trended the winepress of fierceness and the wrath of Almighty Yah. Because Yah was mad. That's why Yah did it. Because Yah said, all this time I've been telling y'all to fulfill the word and y'all refused to. So now it is time. I finally have those who will do it. I told you that those. David said I want to be in those numbers. When the saints what? Go marching in. You want to be amongst those who are called because they was obedient to go fulfill that request of Yah. Yah says, I want everything that is disobedient, everything that refused to do my will, every rebellious one, everyone who said, I'm going to control my own destiny, all of them. He said he wants them what? Rounded up and dealt with. That way the world can go back to what? Peace. It's done for the sake of the world. That's why you know you must do it. Because remember I told you, Esau is like a dinosaur out here. He's holding everything what? Back. And they realize that this is the only way we will have peace. Is we destroy everything that refuses to do the will of what? Every last one. Till there's not one left. Then everybody that's left will what? Honor what? It will honor Yah. Then the world will be so smooth and peaceful. Because ain't nobody sitting there talking, I'm going to do me. Now everybody's talking, well, what does Yah say? Right? And it says, 16, and he had on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, see? King of kings and Lord of what? Because that's all it's supposed to be. So he's going to tell you, though he's going to have kings on earth, he's going to have lords, but he's still going to be the leader of what? All kings and lords, right? But these kings going to be different. See, these are the ones that are called at the throne. Let me explain something about the thrones. Only ones can go to the throne of Yah. He represented are kings, queens, right? Lords. These are the ones who have to go relay what? The message to the rest of the people. He said, this is what Yah says. So these are always dear to Yah, like David was. We said, I said, Lord, sat on my right hand till I make your enemies your feet. He said, I seen it for myself when I was there. So David had an opportunity to go stand before Yah too in what? In heaven. Kings and the ones that are able to go there, relay the message, and bring it back to the what? To the people. They're able to go. That's why they're supposed to be the ones that will be respected and honored. Right? And he says, and I saw the angel standing in the sun and cried with a loud voice, saying to all the fowls that fly in the midst of the heaven, come and gather yourself to the supper of the great Yah, that you may eat the flesh of kings, see, the ones that was disobedient and rebellious, right? Flesh of captains and the flesh of mighty men and the flesh of horses and of them that sat on them, and the flesh of all men, both free and bonds, both small and great. And I saw the beasts and the kings of the earth and in their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the throne and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before them, which he deceived them that received the mark of the what? See, the mark of the beast is always known by what? You saying what? No, I'm going to what? Control my what? And them that worship that particular thought. Image, meaning imagination. Mm-hmm. Those who supported it. These both were cast alive into the lake of what? Fire burning with brimstone. And the remnant of them and their children were what? Slain with the sword of him that sat upon the horses, which sword proceeded out of his mouth, and all the fowls were filled with their flesh. As you can clearly see. Now, the only way you can truly do that, remember he said, you are the one who wounded Rahab. You're the one who wounded Egypt, right? See, Moses was the same thing. Moses didn't look to get out of the way and say, you know what, long as I'm out of the way of slavery, right? You have to be the kind that says, I don't just want to get out of slavery for myself. I want it what? For all of us. That's the only thought you better have. So if you ever say, I just want to get out of it for myself, then you done. Because that means this. This is what you didn't know it means. It means, yeah, I know it's a very unfortunate thing, but I'm glad I'm not in it. But it can continue long as what? I'm not in it. You see, these are ones, they get themselves out the way of it. But do they want it to end for everybody? No, they just got themselves out of it. Whatever lie and trick they had to do to get themselves out of it, that's all they cared about. But they don't care. They prefer it to what? Continue. Meaning, that's what they tell them. They're going to confess to their bosses. Well, I ain't here to disrupt nothing. I ain't here to rattle no cages. You know, I was just looking to get myself. But let it continue as is. I'm just, you know, I'm just trying to do what's best for me. Ain't that how sellout talks? Mm-hmm. And then, of course, their bosses are going to say, well, yeah, come on. But you know what you're going to have to do, right? Because I can't have you, Moses, being on our team without oppressing your own people. You got to join in. That's what the part of saying I wanted to continue mean. As long as I'm out of it. See, Moses could have took that advantage point too, because he was in the house of Pharaoh, wasn't he? But did he take that vantage point? He said, nah, I want the freedom what? For all. Because then Moses leave. He left. He didn't have to come back, did he? But he came back and what? Freed his what? All his people. He said he wasn't done until all of them are out of it. So if any one of us, whoever decides to take just ourselves out the equation, but then say, but for the rest of them, boss, I ain't trying to mess with what you got going on. You good. Continue as is. I'm just glad I'm not in it no more. What can I do to help? That way I ain't never got to go back. Then you have joined team what? Team Devil. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. Don't think just because you got yourself out of it, that is it, right? You fooled yourself. Now, since we know that the Lord has a throne, we know that the devil has one too, doesn't it? So, go to Revelations 2. Go down to 12. This is that hit the devil in the mouth punch right here. Listen. 2 and 12. It says, and to the angel of the church in Pergamos. Right? Right. These things said he which had the sharp two-edged sword. I know thy works, and where thou dwellest, even where?
Satan's.
So Satan has a throne too. Mm-hmm. And thou holdest fast my name and hast not denied my faith, even in those days. Now, since I just wanted to stop right there. Because what we come to find out that the devil has a throne too. Mm-hmm. And we know that throne, no, this is a place on earth. This throne is on earth. It's in Pergamos. Now, when you find out what Pergamos is, we know it's in Rome. Rome is in Pergamos. These are some of the places that they don't want you to what? No. To go. Because he said that the devil will set up his thrones, didn't he say that? Against Israel. The thrones we know, we're talking about his angels and his minions. This is the place where they make all their words and bad mouth you at. Though he said, set up their thrones against to try to convert the Israel to not do the will of Yah. We know the devil, what a devil seed is. This is also called ground what?
Zero.
Because this is what a lot of us are afraid to what? But did you know it's prophecy that you have to walk in the middle of the Edomite camp? This is ground zero of the Edomite camp. This is, remember, you seen it on that movie Godzilla versus what? King Kong. Remember Godzilla laid in that little place and went to sleep? That's Satan's what? Throne. Y'all said it.
Yeah.
Y'all said that's where he sleeps at. That's his throne. That's where he does that's his headquarters. So then we know that we got to go there, don't we? And you got to what? Tear it what? Tear it down. We know that's their camp. We know that's their headquarters. We know that's what Satan's seat is, meaning that's where his throne is. His throne represents his angels that are doing his evil work, that is doing his communicating to all the other churches and telling them to go against Israel. So you have to cut off the head of the what? Of the dragon, don't you? That's the head of the what? That's the head of the dragon. The throne is always the head, ain't it? That's the head of the dragon. Trust me, when you get there, you fight there, in the middle of the camp Esau. Oh, they're going to be on notice. See, that's the thing. Stop fighting the little people. You hear me? Stop fighting the little people. Go straight to the what? Go to the head. Jump over them. Go to the head. And cut off the what? Cut off the head. He's telling you where the head is at. That's the head of Satan. That's where the Pope in them at. Cut off the head. You got a journey ahead of you. But you know that you got to do these things because these things are permitted. That you was going to walk right inside of Esau's camp. Satan's headquarters. And cut off the head of Satan. That's your mission. That's your job. You say you wanted it to end. Why fight against little people on here when you need to be over there where it matters the most? See, these people here, they just do whatever they say over there. That's why they be taking trips to over there. Why do you think everybody want to go over there? Why every president want to talk to the Pope and them? Because that's the head of what? Satan. You got to cut off what?
The head.
You want to end it, you can always say, you are the one who ended Egypt last time. How did they end Egypt last time? They had to cut off who? Pharaoh. Cut off the head. In Pharaoh, trust me, the war stops. Or also, that makes everybody ready to fight. Either way it goes, this stops. Either way it goes, slavery stops. So you got to go to the head of the matter and stop fighting with the ones that ain't talking about nothing. Go to the head. Right? Now, tell you what happened. Go to Matthew 19. We're almost done. $25. Since we know that thrones represent angels, but not regular angels, these are angels that are specifically made for the will of what?
Yeah.
Will of Yah. That's all they there to do. Make sure the will of Yah gets what? Carried out. That's it, what they there for. So these come in the form of warriors. These are the ones that definitely come here to make sure that all is what? Fulfilled. They ain't here to play with it. They dead set on making sure things get what? Fulfilled. Now these is who you definitely want to be around, right? These thrones. Now guess what? Let's read. And when the disciples heard it, they were exceedingly amazed and saying, who then can be saved? 20 says, but Yahusha beheld them and said, with men this is what? Impossible. With Yah all things are what?
Possible.
Then he answered Peter and said to him, behold, we have forsaken all, see? Because you're going to have to what? Then I just tell you, you're going to have to what? Forsake what? You're going to have to. We're going to have to get to that point where, you know what? I don't need your help. Let me what? And that's, look, once you do become who you're going to become, you're going to remember all those who didn't want to what? See, this is a gimme. And let me give you that one. I can give you that one ahead of time. You're going to remember everybody that was with it and everyone what? That wasn't. You're going to remember those things. Some people used to say, if you ever went to heaven, would you remember anybody? And my question to you is, how could you forget? Even being an angel, how could you forget? You think these thoughts you see, these memories you have, you think they're just going to go away when you die? Or you think that if you go to another place, these thoughts and memories are just gone? And if I was to see you in the afterlife, that I wouldn't remember you? Do you assume that? If we all was to go to hell, do you not think I wouldn't remember you? Or you would not remember me? Think about it. These thoughts and memories are forever. That's what they don't tell you. Thoughts and memories don't go anywhere because these are the things you have to learn from. These are the things you have to ponder every day and wonder and think about and relive some of those moments. So you think they just go away?
No.
Some stuff, how you know that don't just go away? Only thing that ever goes away is the things that are unimportant. But do you notice that everything that was an important milestone in your life, you still remember to this day? And I'm talking about stuff you did even as a little child. I can still remember things I did as a little child. It just doesn't go away through age. These things just don't just go away, especially profound things, right? Things that really brought us to another level. We remember those things, don't we? Whether it be a person I met or somebody who said a certain thing or a person who did a certain thing. Those things go with you for life, don't it? You don't just forget those things. So you definitely going to remember everybody that was for the truth and every what? That's going to be clear cut. So don't ever get that twisted up. That's what the devil think. I ain't going to remember me. Nigga, please. I ain't going to remember you. Remember how they said the devil dressed with the little white tuft of hair and stuff, right? Remember how they said the little liver splash and stuff? So every time I see somebody, how can I forget? Right? When I see the Satan, I already be knowing him. How can I forget? I don't care if he shape shift, because that's what they do. They shape shift. So when they come, you think I'm not going to know that's who it is? Because he said the devil can't, one thing, he can't change that little tuft, right? So he going to always keep that little tuft on his little head. He going to switch to an animal. He might come back as a man, might come back as a woman, might come back as a dog or donkey, but he going to have that little what? Tuft. So you think when he come, I ain't going to know that's you? Come on. Of course, you're going to remember them. The reason why I say this here. So he said that, but we have forsaken all and we followed you. That's what he said. Peter said, but we went on ahead and realized that there ain't going to be no help to us. So do what we have to do. That's why he said, many are on the road to destruction, but few find the what? Find that way. Few. Few. Because everybody ain't going to get it. Everybody ain't going to see it. That's why y'all say, but I go my way. And you going to look for me, but you won't what? You ain't going to find me. Because where I go, only certain people, it's not that they won't be able to find him. They just won't be able to what? Come. He said, so if we do this, we have forsaken all and followed. What shall we have therefore? And Yahushua said to them, verily I say unto you, that ye which have followed me in the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, man, when he shall finally the marriage supper of the Lamb, right? He shall seize control over all, reign over all kingdoms and thrones. What did he say? You shall also sit upon the 12 what? Thrones, judging the 12 tribes of what? Israel. So now. When he say 12 thrones, you think he was talking about a seat now? No. Or was he talking about armies?
Armies, for sure.
Because that's the only way they're going to do right. You're going to be with the other little angels. You're going to have your little flock of angels with you. And they're going to be not... Angels represent that these are mighty men of valor. Meaning these are true warriors. These are true fighters. And they believe in one and one thing only. The will of what? The will of Yah. And they will fight to the what for it? See, when you're amongst them, your kind, oh yeah. Shepherd with their flocks, oh yeah. That's what Yah is telling you. That is what Yahushua is telling you. When you be with your 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. See, thrones, now you see what thrones represented, angels. You're going to be amongst angels too. These were these mighty men and women who really were warriors out there. Valiant in battle and in war. David had a group of them. Remember the ones I told y'all about? David had like 32 of them, remember? And they was tough, wasn't it? He had 32 of his best men, and they were tough. Mom, and they was tough, wasn't it? I mean, he said, I put my life on them. They got me. 32 of them. And they didn't play. And he said they read some of the things they used to do. Some of the battles that they won. And they knew. Oh, yeah. Let me say about the one who fought on beans. the thing, a bunch of beans on the ground. And he was fighting on some beans. You know, took his shoes off, fought on some beans. Now, everybody else who tried to fight him said he understood the beans kept his what? His balance. So when he fought on the beans, say he whooped by thousands of people because they kept slipping and falling. And he was just tearing them up. And he said he did that from daylight to what? To nighttime set in. But he beat all of them. Because one thing they couldn't do was what? Fight on those beans. They couldn't get to them like they wanted to. So I could imagine them just slipping and falling. But who you think produced that environment? Yeah. Yah did. See, that's how Yah do it. He'll produce an environment for you to be. He'll bring out the conditions. But he's going to make sure that the conditions will be in your what? Favor. In your favor. That way you can get the victory. See, it ain't that Yah want you. See, and that right there, I bet, you know how much that probably made that man feel afterwards? Right? Not only getting the victory, but with his own hands. I know he worshiped Yah and felt like on cloud nine, can't nothing stop him at that point, right? Yeah, he felt like, some of us, we'll get a victory, we beat 2 people, right? But him, like 1,000 some people, just him, ain't nobody, who he gonna be afraid of next? Who? So, but that's what Yah wants you to have. That confidence that if you stand with Yah, ain't nobody could come against you, big, small, little, or what? Or tall. But to know you gonna get the what? The victory. That's the confidence Yah's gonna build in you. That's the same way he built up David, didn't he? He had to say, when I was a shepherd boy, I had to fight a bear, right? And then I had to fight a wolf, and then I had to fight a lion, and then Goliath, right? So by then, his confidence was what? By the time he got to Goliath, his confidence was what? It was soaring through the roof. So that's why he wasn't afraid of, man, you know what? I done seen people like you, what? Right? Yeah, we said, and the bigger they are, what? The harder they fall. That's all he looked at. Like, I done got too many victories for something like you to stand before me and think that you finna take me down. And he didn't even have to say that much. He was just actually looking for the death blow, remember? Mm-hmm. So he was like, okay, yeah, all right there. While he talking about Goliath, you know, who he supposed to be? Y'all bring a little, you know, talking all that smack. Yeah. Exactly. So he's telling you, and everyone 29, for everyone that has forsaken the house, brother, sister, father, or mother, or wife, or child, or land, for my purpose sake, shall receive 100-fold and shall inherit what? Everlasting life. But remember, but men that are first shall be last, and last shall be what? Why? He said first shall be last, and last shall be first. Because in order for you to inherit your servitude, you must first what? Serve. You have to serve. Mm-hmm. That's what he means. Serve what? Remember I told that army. You got to serve in there. You have to serve. You ain't finna get your 12 thrones if you ain't did right. You see what I'm saying? How you gonna see? That's why I told you these kings. That's why Esau, like I said, is the dinosaur, because he ruled before he ever learned how to serve. That's why the first thing Esau would be afraid to do was to what? When there's the war, does he ever go out with his people? He hides, don't he? See, what king hides? Because he never learned how to what? Serve, did he? He never been out there, right? He ain't never been on the battlefield. He don't know how to serve, right? So that's why. All he ever knew how to do was be brute and tell everybody else what to do. And take, murder, but he don't do nothing his what? So he don't know what a victory truly tastes like. See, that's why y'all want you to participate in this. That way y'all can tell you, show you what a victory what? Really is. Especially if it comes through your means. Mm-hmm. Right? How would you know that y'all is real unless you seen him actually do something for you? How? You hear a lot of people say, see, that's the thing. I don't want to just hear all these people in the book tell me what he did for them. That sound good. But I need to know of a y'all that's willing to what? Do something what? For me. Then I know he's what? He's real. But I know I ain't no fool. I'm not going to ask for nothing like Esau and not give nothing. That's what I'm not going to do. So I ain't going to ask for this and that, but I'm not willing to serve. I mean, I'm not, because that's, remember the art of the what? The deal. Remember? What is the deal? We both going to what? Put something on the table. It ain't just me putting something on the table, but you don't have to, or y'all got to put something on the table, but I'm not going to put my part. I'm a nigger rig or renege my bet. I'm not going to do y'all like that, right? But that's the covenant y'all made with Abraham, right? Same covenant he made with Jacob. Same covenant he made with all of us. You do your part, what? And I'm going to do mine. That's a deal. That's a covenant. Understand what a covenant, what a marriage is, right? Y'all said what a marriage is. How much is it? 50 what? 50. You see, both have to work this out. It ain't no one side and one got to do more than the other one. The other one just can sit back and just enjoy the benefits. No. See, that's how Esau thinks. And I'm telling you, anybody with that mindset of Esau ain't gonna what? You ain't gonna make it. Because Esau stuff becomes a what? It's dinosaur. It's predated. That's old. It's the old way of doing things. Sitting back watching everybody do everything for you, that's old. See, when you make an agreement with y'all gonna make an agreement with what? With you. But if y'all don't see you doing that, that's what faithful means. You got to do what? Your part. That's the faith. Faith without what? So that's what he said. Y'all says, see, that's why he says, I don't do no miracles for who? Exactly. I'm not finna do nothing for you if you ain't finna do nothing for me. You ain't getting nothing. You ain't gonna get me to budge. And he don't do it. Heavenly parents don't budge on unbelievers, do it. But he will budge for those. He give it all for those who what? He give it all to those who gonna give it back. Doers. Remember he said, what is the first commandment? Matter of fact, go to 1 John 2. And this is the last one. We're done. 1 John 2. And this one we're going to be done. My little children, these things I write unto you that you sin not. And if any man do sin, we have a what? An advocate with the Father, Yahushua Mashiach, the righteous. So what does he advocate? Whose sins will he forgive? The righteous. Those, meaning those that would later become what? Righteous. That's who it's for. That's who it's designated for. Forgiveness and mercy is designated for them. Because they know not what they do. And he is a propitiation for our sins, and not for ours only, but also for the sins of the whole world of Israel. Don't get it twisted. And hereby we do know that we know him if we what? Keep his what? Keep his commandments. That's what he said. You got to keep his prophecies and his commandments. If you don't, then you are not none of yours. You can't even lie and say you is. 4. He that saith, I know him, listen, and keepeth not his commandments, is a liar, and the what? And the truth, see, is not, the prophecy is what? It's not in you. Because that's the first thing you want to be against, is that. I'm not finna do it. But whoever keepeth his word, see, his prophecy, in him verily is the love of Yahweh perfected. I mean, that's the one Yahweh's going to love the most. I'm telling you. Hereby we know that we are in him, because they stand by the throne too. He that said he abideth in him ought himself also to what? To walk. See, that's the works. Walk means the work, didn't it? As he has what? Walked. So it ain't about what he said, but is you doing it? You got to take that walk, what? That journey too. That's why we are talking about this journey. You think it's just a journey of the mind? No, it's a physical journey too. Brethren, because you do all your sins, you ain't doing them in the mind, are you? But you do it, you get your butt up. Some of them sins you get up and do, don't you? It's a physical journey too, ain't it? You ain't just sinning in your mind. Yeah, y'all ain't never condemn nobody just for sinning in the mind. Now, you get up and go do some things. You go to places, don't you? You make it happen. You go somewhere. You go here or there, wherever the problem is. You get involved. You participate. So with this, you got to walk and participate in this what? Too. So, brethren, I write no new commandment unto you, but an old commandment, which you have heard from the beginning. The old commandment is the word which you have heard from the beginning. What is the old commandment? What is the old commandment?
Moses.
It's only one. Love Yah with all your what? Mind, heart, body, and soul. So that means you supposed to give yourself to what? Prophecy. That was always the commandment. It was always the commandment. That you heard from the beginning, didn't you? And again, a new commandment I write to you, which things is true in him and in you. Now, what is the new commandment? They said, love your brother as y'all what? Yeah, that's that role. See, that's the new one. That's when Yahushua added to it. Right? So that means you can't be happy to get out of captivity, but then your brother can stay in it. That ain't no. You suppose you ain't done until your fight is that all of y'all be what? Free. Now, what does that fight look like? And when you going to start fighting that fight? Right? Instead of just fighting just to get yourself. Listen. Because the darkness is past and the true light now shining. What's the darkness? Esau, that dinosaur is not what? It's past. That teaching is no longer going to be the teaching anymore. Listen. Y'all going to realize it's not profitable. He that said he's in the light and hateth his brother is in darkness until now. You see that? But he that loveth his brother abideth in the light. And there is no occasion of stumbling in him. Right? What is the light? The prophecies, right? There's no occasion of stumbling when you walking in prophecies. Right? He that hateth his brother is in what? Darkness. And walketh in what? Darkness. And knoweth not where he going, because the darkness has what? Blinded his eyes. I write unto you, little children, because your sins are forgiven you for his purpose sake, right? And I write unto you, fathers, because you know him that is from the beginning. So you knew what that word told you to do. I write unto you, young men, because you have overcome now who? The wicked one. I write unto you, little children, because you have known the Father. I have written to you, fathers, because you know him that is from the beginning, the Ancient of Days. I have written unto you, young men, because you are strong. And why? And the word of Yah abided where? In you. And the prophecies abide where? In you. And you have overcome what? Who doesn't want you to do what? Prophecies. That's the wicked one. You have to overcome him who does not want you to do what? The prophecies. That is the wicked one. The wicked one doesn't desire you to do what? Prophecies. Right? He desires what? For you to what? Say what? I'm going to control my own what?
Yes.
That's the wicked one. That's his conversation. That's why I told you his time is past. Verse 15. So love not the world. See, that was for y'all who would have got this first one up here. Verse 2, confused. Because y'all would have, see, that's why I keep reading. Keep reading. That's why I tell people, don't just get caught up in one thing he said and then run out the door. Oh, I got it. Keep reading. He said, for those, but what he said, he's a propitiation for our sins and not for our eyes only, but also for the sins of the whole world. So people will say, oh, Lord, I'm going to say everybody. Oh, Lord, it's everybody in verse 2. But then you go down to verse 15. What does it say?
Love not the world.
Just keep reading sometimes, and then you would have seen, don't just run out the door when you think you got a half truth. The devil deals in half truths, right? But if you'd have read the whole thing, you would have got the whole what? Truth. You would have understood. He ain't talking about everybody. So 15 says, so love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. And if any man love the world, see, they love this world, and they cares for, I just want to do me. Then the love of what? The Father is not in them. What is the love of the Father? He loves when people what? And do his will. Exactly. 16, for all that is in the world is the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, the pride of life. That's where pride comes from. I want to do my own destiny. It's not of the Father, but it is of the what? So even these thoughts represent the world. This right. And that world passive what? Away. Is that type of way is going to be gone. And you're going to be destroyed in it, because I will tell you what's coming for you. And the lust thereof. But he that doeth the will of Yah will abide what? Forever. See, those who do the will are going to continue on, but those who talking about, I'm just going to do me, they're going to pass what? Away. They're not going to survive what's finna hit. They're not going to be able to survive it. Because I'm telling you now, if you ain't on that mountain with them who come to do the will of Yah, you're going to be stuck with them who say, we're going to do us. And that ain't who you want to be stuck with. People that just say in their heart, we're just going to do us. We never came to do. Well, okay. Well, we got some who did come to do it. And what happens when they mature? That's why I tell people it's not about time on the clock on the wall. It's not about that. Maturity going to come from these. These are going to be written in the book of life. These are the names because they understood what they had to do. Right. And they began to do it. So maturity is through wisdom. Knowing what you have to do, hearing what you have to do, being instructed, understanding that it needs to be done, and do it. And understand why it needed to be done. That way you come back and have no what? No questions. That's why I say, when he said he not gonna cry, right? He ain't gonna beg. He ain't gonna have no more questions. That's another thing he ain't gonna have. See, that's the thing. I don't come to you with questions. When he come back off that mountain, he coming with what? Because he got the power. He ain't coming with questions. Coming with that solution. This is what we're gonna do. This is what must be done. Yay or nay. That's how it's gonna be. And everybody who's smart enough gonna be like, yay. And the dummies who say, nah, I still just want to do my own will, they not gonna get too far. That's what the scriptures say. He said, those who do the will of Yah will abide forever, but anything else, they will pass what? Pass it away. Meaning your time is going to come to an end. That's why they call you at that point, you just like that dinosaur or that caveman that's going to perish. All that is just a wind of doctrine. The wind is this. It's because they everybody that's promoting do you are all people. You might as well call them ghosts now. Look at them. Well, that's a ghost. Because I know they're going to be here today, but what? I already know it. I'm telling you, just already look at them as what they are. That's what they're going to become, for sure. He says, so little children, 18, it is the last time that I'm going to speak this. And as you have heard, the Antichrist shall what? Come. So now what the Antichrist coming to do? He's anti what? He's anti-prophecy. He's anti-word. He never wanted to do. He's anti-life, ain't it? Because he told you if you do this, you shall live what? Forever. So he's trying to make sure you don't fulfill it. That way, because he said, who's going to be done in a moment of time? Who passing away? The people who what? Don't do it. So why you think he want to keep you right along with what? With him who ain't finna what? And he got you there talking about, I ain't finna do it too. And he said, thank you. Because misery loves what? Exactly. Now you got to start marking people according to those who want the will of Yah, who want it to end, versus those who just rather get themselves out of it, but really don't care less if it ends or not. You got to be careful. You got to start seeing people for who they are. Some people want it, some people what? They don't. Some people love it the way it is. You got to know the difference between somebody who want out and an antichrist who love it to stay like it is. See, you can't just be for yourself getting out. That means you still love it the way it is. Well, I'm out of it. As long as it ain't me. That's how to look at it. As long as it ain't me. If you selfish like that, then you want it. That means, but he said the devil doesn't divide himself, doesn't it? Remember he said that? So that means if you ain't divided from it, then you still what? You with it too. Right? Pharaoh Moses didn't get himself out of Egypt and then decided to oppress the people, right? Moses was that same one, I'm telling you. He was that same one who went out there trying to help his people. And the people were like, get your hands off me, man. Don't you say nothing to me, man. He said, but I'm coming up. Moses said, okay. What Moses do? He left, didn't he? But then when he came back, he had the what? And then all of a sudden now they want to do right. So now you got to understand, put them to the side. Okay, they don't want it. I'm telling them what it is. They ain't trying to hear it. It's okay. Fine. You do what you got to do. Long as you do the will of Yah, that's what's most important to Yah. Those are his beloveds. Those are to be the ones that will be very near to the heavenly parents, near to them on their throne. Right? But beware of Antichrist. These are those who don't want it to end. That love the way this world is and the way it is. Right? Even now, there are many anti-what? So that's to let you know it's more than one of them. It's many antichrists. How you know? Because they still love it the way it is, don't they? And he said that they just minister to try to get you to still live in it. They're not there to get you out of it, right? I would say it's many of them now. They have gathered. They heaped themselves up. All in your right ear, all in your left ear. Now don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. Do you, do you, do you. Don't worry about what's going on. Don't worry about that over there. Don't worry about it. Just do you. And keep you busy with that thought. Wow, all that's going on behind the scenes. And they over there tearing stuff up, ain't they? Summoning up devil. That's why I say what the devil see this, because they actually trying to bring the devil to earth. They're trying to resurrect the devil. But they only can do it in those places over there because it's very concentrated land. Why is it concentrated? Because ain't that the same place that said, well, Yahushua was crucified, but he was brought back to what? Well, the two prophets are going to be brought back to what? So they also know that that's a very concentrated place. Why? Because even this also was so concentrated that even Moses, when he went over there, he threw his stick down and he had to contend against them too, right? When they sticks turned to what? Snakes too, didn't he? It's a very concentrated place where all type of magic and witchcraft and stuff goes on. It's a very concentrated place. Right? So that's why they don't want you what? Nowhere near. At least you summon your Yah. Then they be in problem. They're going to have a problem. So they need to keep you far away. That's why they brought you all the way across them waters and brought you all the way over here in a desolate land. Then they call it, what type of land they call this? A desolate land, meaning where nothing grows. No relationship with Yah over here, huh? But over there, you could have a what? That's why they want you where?
Far away.
So is your goal to what?
Get back.
Get your butt back. Get your butt back there. Get back in the fight. All right? So therefore, thereby you know it's the last days. 19, about Antichrist. Well, let me read 18 again. Little children, it is the last time as you heard that the Antichrist shall come. Even now are there many Antichrists, whereby we know that it is the last time. Meaning we are in these days. So he's going to reveal to you how you know that they are Antichrists. He says, because they went out from us. They were those that used to be what? Amongst us. But they were not of us. Because for if they had been of us, they would not no doubt have continued what? With us. But they went out from us that they might be manifested, that they were not all what? Of us. Because not all Israel is what? That's what he's saying. Because if they would have stayed, they would have stayed where? With the word, right? With the prophecies, right? They would have stayed amongst us. But they left. But when they leave amongst you, where are they going?
To dwell with others.
To dwell with, with the strangers. They going over, they switching sides. That's what he's saying. They make a known switch side. See, but they used to be, swear that they was what? In the faith. This is the same parable of the wheat and the tares. Same parable. That's why y'all say, don't destroy them now. At least you destroy some of the wheat. But let them all grow and they will begin to separate what? Themselves. Make it very easy. Because one thing one ain't going to do if they all about their own destiny, they're gonna join with those that got that same conversation. But if they're about the will of Yah, then they're gonna stick around with those that's about what? The will of Yah. Exactly. They're gonna choose a side. That's why I say everybody act like they ain't gonna choose a side, but they already doing it. Whether knowingly or what? Unknowingly. People are making choices and people are choosing sides. You say you about the will of Yah. The will of Yah says we standing 10 toes down until slavery is ended for what? All people. And if I say, well, I'm just gonna jump over here to this side over here that says, well, I can get out of it free, but you know what I'm saying, but y'all gonna have to stay in it. But it's okay because at least I got my check and I was what? And I was gone. As long as I'm not in it, I'm fine with that. As long as I'm not in it. That is a mark of a what? Anti what?
Nice.
That what it said. They were amongst us, but they departed from us because they decided that it's not bad what they're going through, long as I'm not in it. But 10 toes down was saying that I was in it until all is what? Fulfilled. Exactly. These didn't stick in it like that. They were just in it to get what they wanted, what? Out of it. And when they thought they had it, that's when they what? Gone. Oh, I didn't come to really fulfill nothing. That's what they mean. I didn't come to fulfill nothing. I was just playing. I didn't come to do anything. I was just having a good time until I realized, oh, Lord, it's coming down on me. And then I'm going to flip sides. Please, I don't want to have to go through this. Can I do anything? And they said, well, you know, you got to turn on your people. I do it. Sign me up. Sign me up. As long as I ain't got to go through that, I'm good. And Team Devil said, well, come on. You just got to know you can't what? Can't go back, though. That's why he said they left from amongst us, swearing that they was with us concerning the prophecy of freeing Israel. But they never was not. And it didn't be made known. Because why? They prefer slavery. They didn't prefer to free Israel. They just said, long as I'm not in it. And that's all they cared about. Serving their own what? Bellies. That's what we call the belly of the what?
Beast.
See, you got a mindset of the beast. Because the beast loves to keep it going. He doesn't want to end slavery. That means his world what? It comes to an end. So they don't want to see the end of Esau. The dinosaur. That's what we call him, the dinosaur, because he's the beast. They don't want to see the end of Esau, the dinosaur. They wanted to keep going, as long as they ain't in it, because they already profiting off of it themselves. Listen. But they went out from amongst us, 19, but they were not of us. And it was manifested that they were not all of us. But 20, but you have an unction from the Holy One, and you know all things. What is that unction? Spirit of what? Prophecy. You know it. That you can't be out of it until all is what? See, that's why it says 21. And I have not written it to you because you don't know not the truth. See, this is not for you that don't know. I've written this to you because I know you what? No. You know it. And that no lie is of the what? Anyone who backs out is not of the what? Never was. That's what he's telling you. You know this now. Who is a liar? See, so you're going to say, well, who is that liar then? Who is a liar? He says, but he that denieth Yahusha is what? The word of the Yah is what? Life. Mm-hmm. He is a what? Antichrist, and he denieth the Father and Son. Whoever denieth prophecy, the same have not the Father, but he acknowledges the prophecy, has the Father what? Also. So let that therefore abide in you which you have heard from the beginning. If that which you have heard from the beginning shall remain in you, you shall also continue with the prophecy and in the Father. And this is the promise that he had promised you what? Eternal life. These things I have written unto you concerning them that seduce you. You see? But the anointing which you have received of him abideth in you, and you need not that any man teach you. But as the same prophecy teaches you all things and is true and is no lie, and even as he has taught you, you shall abide in him. And now, little children, abide in him, that when he shall appear, we may have confidence and not be ashamed before him at his coming. So if you know that he is righteous, you know that everyone that doeth righteousness is born of Yahushua and of prophecy. Hallelujah. Mm-hmm. And with that, that's going to conclude our family day.